Hola, muy buenas tardes. Bienvenidos a esta
Hi, good
segunda.
afternoon. Welcome to this second leg that we have, session number three of this dialogue that we have on the crisis and the conflict in Colombia. My name is Kevin Sanguino. I am a professor of the Universidad Libre in Cúcuta, and I'm going to be leading this panel where we are going to have initially Joe Sauca from the Coconaco people of the Regional Indigenous Council of Cauca. We are going to have two through a video and audio that we have with Jefferson Lozano, that in this moment is in an assembly with some delegates of the government in Cali, student, and as well as Ana Maria Durango, student from the city of Pereira, is going to be with us. Herman Corona from the Herman Barragan, sorry, from the Corona Foundation in Bogota. Victor Moreno of the Cimarron Percio Jola of the CGT in Bogota, and we also going to have Pedro Arenas with a video that we are going to have at the end of the meeting. To me, it is a pleasure to count with the participation of all of you, and I would like the channels through which we are doing this work are simultaneously being held in English and Spanish, so you can listen to them in both languages. Also, it is important to highlight that the time that the different panelists are going to have is 10 minutes top, and following that thought, we are going to be keenly aware of the time to be able to fulfill our schedule and then to kick off with the next meeting that we have afterwards. This session, on top of this, is a closed session. We are not going to have questions in order to avoid any kind of victimization, talking about people that have been aware, I have been witness of the different manifestations that we have had in these 22 days. And we are going to have some brief conclusions at the end. I would like to kick off with the first leg of this afternoon session, introducing Joe Sauca of the Coconoko people. I would like him to make his own presentation, and we can have some a brief information. Unfortunately, Joy is not with us yet, so we're going to go with Ana Maria Duran. Ana Maria is here from the city of Pereira. Please, the floor is yours, Ana Maria. Well, first of all, good afternoon to everybody. My name is Ana Maria Durango. I'm 22 years old. I'm a student of the Andean area of Colombia. I'm proudly Pereirana, and I want to thank you for being on this great forum. There are some elements that we want to work here, despite the short time that we have. I will try to be very concrete with what I'm going to say. And the first thing is that in Pereira, we are living a huge crisis. In fact, in some days, a person that was widely acknowledged at national international level, that it was Lucas, was murdered here, and Andres Felipe is actually fighting, struggling for his life. And we have another kid that was killed, that was part of a manifestation and was a very active person. So I wanted to give this unfortunate news that we have a huge violent crisis working with crisis in Cali that we had in the national strike. We have had very complex days where the young people have had to be brave, because in a moment they told us that we were the future of the country, and for the first time we believe that we are the present of the country, a present that wants to transform peacefully a complex reality of the country. It's such the case that in national strike, I was working in the demonstrations. I was working with a guy, the first line, that was 17 years old, and I asked, "Why are you in the first line?" And he said, because I eat better in the national strike than in my home. And by listening to these, it made me feel very nostalgic. And I started thinking about the crisis that we had, the crisis that we had, that a kid can eat better here than in other parts. So we have. They said we have to go back to normalcy, and the normalcy is that the kids have the 3 meals to eat every single day. I mean, we listen a lot of things every single day, and that's why we are still in these peaceful demonstrations, working with different proposals that can take us to a quick solution to the country. Unfortunately, as a citizen and as a student representative of private universities, I'm a University Argentina, I was a victim of a threat last week. That's a threat that comes on a call on Monday. Unfortunately, this transforms my context in the national strike because I'm not going to say that I wasn't feeling panic. I felt panic and I thought that my life was being jeopardized or endangered, but I decided not to be mute and to continue fighting for the things that I like, that is my city and my country. So I have lived this strike, this demonstration different level. I have suffered from the violence that we had, from the different actings of different people that what they want to do is to let harm we young people. So I'm part of this forum to tell you that I'm another victim of the problems that we have here in Pereira and around the country. But yearning to change this country, to change this place, because we have to continue speaking up and being able to change our country somehow. Something that is important to make us thinking about the young people, that what is our proposal for us, because they say, well, you are only having demonstrations and you go to march, but what are your proposals? When is the demonstration going to end? And my proposal has been clear, and it has been taken by different people, is dialogue. To me, dialogue where we have respect of human rights, where we could have guarantees of the demonstration that we have, is also important. So having the different local administrations, the department administrations, all entrepreneurs and others is going to take us to think, what do we have to do? Is not only to start calling all the students as we are having that with the national local government, but also enforcing those rights that we have been discussing for many years in Pereira and in the universities, so that in the end it can be applied. So the largest proposal that we should take in this moment is to focus in a dialogue. But also I was talking with a person and I was telling him that in the French Revolution something similar happened. It's like a revolution of people that were tired with monarchy that they had with the nobility and the cleric. And what they did is that they started taking this booklets to all the cities in France, and people could put which were their ailments, what were the problems, what were the ailments of the people that could stay at home. And this took that these in this French Revolution, not only the people that were marching could ask what they were interested on changing in France, but also the people that were not changing, that were not being part of this French Revolution. And those books were so important that they were taken, and many people in France said, we are discussing so that the king leaves. But when they found out, and when they were reading this, they weren't asking for the king to leave. They were asking for justice in the collection of the taxes, because they were tired of paying more than the higher class. This took to the route that we're going to have. And here in Colombia, we can take the experience that the French had and we can retake it here. We can have, for example, a virtual portal where people can ask what are they considering, what are they yearning, what you as a citizen that you haven't been able to march or to demonstrate, or you that are you're in on a store, what ails you from Colombia. So there will be a proposal that I think that we can apply on a national local level, so that people can feel relief, because that's what people need, to be relieved and to think what are the ailments that each citizen has, the one that is living to the national strike and not. So it's important to have a reflection that we hope that this is fixed soon, because we don't want more murders. Well, as I said at the beginning of my presentation, we have had a huge numbers, and actually they were working with people from my university, Santiago, from my university, Argentina, because we have been people that haven't been silent. and we have talked about how inconformed we feel with this. But not speaking up doesn't mean that it doesn't have to be being killed, being murdered. That cannot be the case. That's why we are asking for a bond from all the citizenry working with the SOS Colombia. Because in the viaduct of this city, we had two municipalities, Pereira and Dos Quebradas. More than 15 years, days ago, we put a banner that said SOS Colombia, because it's not coming back to the same, but it was to transform and maybe having not having people murdered, or people like me being murdered at this moment or threatened as it happens in the United States. So it will require this voice to be part of us, because we need the international entities or bodies to help us, because we have been in front of this national strike to try to convert and change Colombia, because we need to be rebuilt, because we have a political constitution of 1991 that is really good, but it's not applying too much. But finally, the citizenry is waking up and is saying, is transforming this country. But the most important part is not to be left alone. To have proposals, yes, of course, we have them, but these proposals have to be heard, and we have to take them to reality, because it came the moment of transforming this country, the moment of thinking, how making the people change, as they have said at the time of the school and university, to be transformed, because we are the voice. We are the voice that we need in Pereira and in Colombia as well. I don't know how large is my time. I don't know if I have enough time to finish my intervention.
Podemos ir finalizando, Ana María.
We can be wrapping up, please. Thank you. And last but not least, my message is a specific message, and to believe that Colombia can change, that we can have a transformation that we want so bad, so that these people that is seeing us on the street, and is the case of the family, that they say, well, you are transforming what we had, and that is true. And for that, we need to be more required, we need to have guarantees, and we need to have respect for the human rights. We want the young people not to be afraid of dying, and the people that is going to a march in a given moment is not going to be in um, in a tomb. And we are doing this SOS Parade, and we hope that with this change that we do, having a virtual urn to the people that have been grieved, we can have a solution for this country that we want so much. Thank you so much for this space, and to giving me the space to operate a woman that has been working a lot on transforming the city and transforming Colombia step by
Muchísimas
step.
gracias, Ana María.
Again, Ana Maria, thank you so
Es
much.
tiempo
So
de
let's remember, she is a law
hacer un
student from
llamado a toda la
Pereira, and
concertación
she's doing a
y a los
call for a
organismos
consultation and
parlamentarios.
dialogue. So
Vamos
thank you
ahora
so
con
much, Ana Maria.
Jefferson, al menos el
Now we
último de
go
los
with
candidatos.
Jefferson, at
Vemos
least
que tiene muchos
uh,
seguidores y en
the
estos momentos
testimony from Jefferson,
digamos,
that is a student, and now we
destacando
have
su presencia en
this
la Asamblea
testimony. We have the presence of the assembly
del
between
Norte
students and
Democrático
representatives
Social.
of the government in the city of Cali. Well, let's listen to Jefferson.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Mi nombre es Jefferson
Hi,
Lozano.
my name is Jefferson Lozano. I'm in charge of the Committee of Human Rights of the Resistance Place of La Portada. We have been working with the blockage of the Buenaventura port, and we have been since April the 30th, from the days that we started with this in the performance of the popular work, in order to give some kind of organization to this process, and to try to consolidate a popular process, a popular group that can exert some pressure, so through some media that are not the original one. Along this process, we have had a huge amount of situations where we have different actors that are can be listed as follows. The first one that is the most important is the government with the repressive apparatus. The second one, the army, that has played also a really a strange role, because it has been really neutral, and they have had a lot of sympathizers of the strike, and something that even creates some distrust. But in general terms, The army has an exercise of legitimacy of the civil society, and we have been peaceful for a long time with the presence of the army. Another important element is the civil society that is not within the strike, and this I'm talking about those that are popularly known as good people, good citizens. We have to be aware that here at the entrance we have a limiting area where we are finishing. We have people, wealthy people, and one block ahead we have some sectors from Eladera, some neighborhoods that have lower conditions of socioeconomical status 2 or less. So we have had some clashes, some important clashes, where we have had marches trying to fight with the kids, telling that we are going to have people is going to die. So this has been also a very important player. And also, on the other hand, we have some that are on the strike people in the ladera, they are taking these, the mothers that are suffering these, the people from the medical mission, the defenders of human rights, the speakers and others. All of these elements are influencing in the organism that has been consolidated, like the people assemblies. And finally, we have the actor, the one that is playing outside of these repressive dynamics, and it has been the civil administration. I can be witness that at least here at the entrance from the very first days, they we had the different teams that were coming from administration with the purpose of helping to consolidate the processes to identify the speakers in order to consolidate in the future a possible negotiation board, because we had to understand that evidently the strike wasn't going to end, and the summoning came with a process that had continuity for 21 days, where we have 33 days actually, where we have a lot of people organizations that have been consolidated in different places. And this is where we have another of the stages of the organization of all the municipal part. And the warranty board, that was something that was consolidated with the archidioceses. It is a board that was mainly focused on creating the different warranties to sit down and to reflect and to talk with the government. Yesterday, we managed to consolidate our warranties, and we consolidated as an organization, a people organization, where we're going to have the leaders from the different resistance hotspots. This collective or this movement is going to be called URC, is Cali Resistance Element, with the first line that it says the line are we all. And this is important because what this reflects is that beyond the issues, beyond the problems that we have, there is a confluence and a lack of conformity that we had on a single movement that is moving a single line under banners of transportation, education, health, access to work, but within methodologies and pressure mechanisms that are quite diverse and different from what we usually have in the institutional life. That is the pressure, the government pressure, the programming schedule elements with people that are managing machinery. This is important because we are consolidating a movement that is merely popular, that is coming from nothing, and its action is the blockage and the direct work. So I think that it's a very important step on the policy that we have on the different stages. Now, considering the feelings and others that have happened on this process, I believe there are some that are shared by most of the population. And it's the uncertainty of not knowing what is going to happen every single day, because we have every single day new things are happening, and the government has answered in a very diverse manners in the situation.
Curiously enough, um, there's dialect change. It would seem that the state doesn't realize that the protest and the anger is expressed in more aggressive ways, and that can be seen in the scaling up that the context has suffered. We see that in the first 2 days it was barricades and rocks, but now today we see that there are people shooting at each other with guns. We see gun fights in Siloe. So the state hasn't been able to read this, and they think by representing you to achieve something. But the thing that they have done is to fire up the violence in Colombia. We, um, from our point of view, we have found a vision, although we have tried to defend the territory as well. We believe, we strongly believe that the situation right now doesn't respond to a local conjuncture, but it responds to a model, a nation that has been going on for 30 years with the rupture of bipartisanship, and that has cooked the conditions so that now young people, 20, 25 years of age, to rise up against the state and saying, hey, you shall not pass, you will listen to us, even if it's by violent means. And that's what we've seen in Buenaventura. These are kids that haven't had access to jobs, haven't had access to education. At least here in the access to transportation, it's really difficult. And obviously, you see that although this happened it happened all of a sudden. The consequences of it and the reasons why they happened were coming from many, many years ago. The population just realized that the armed groups were not the main causes of the problems of the nation, but of a poor management by the state. And that narrative of the war and infiltration, subversive infiltration, and now the narrative about the paramilitary management by the state has been going on by the management of the protest and any person that can question or try to bring down the status quo. We see that the scenario is completely, it keeps changing all the time, and with that we have developed a huge amount of actions. In the beginning we were really radical in the idea of blocking the roads, but seeing that the capability of calling people has been reduced because people are afraid, we have aimed to develop agencies that can help us as tools, um, more original way. So we will have to take a look at young people and use it as political protection to the police one attack. Or on the other hand, we have tried to go and talk to international organizations. Here we have contact with the UN, we have contact with the mayor's office and the Office of Human Rights. We have been talking to the church, and we have been trying to talk also to the OAS and to make us visible. And just in case any violent situation happens by the state, well, we know that we have advocates that are going to try to defend us regarding the criminal behavior that has been happening by the police. And taking into account the following regarding the URC, our goal aims to look for the government. It was to talk to the government. So what we want to do is to sit down with the government and to show them our petitions so that we can stop the petitions, but
Darle continuidad a este proceso.
we want to keep the strikes going, but not the blockades. Yeah. So we want to send them our statement of demands. It could be state management to bring here schools to improve this transport. And having that seed that has come, we have to aim to go to the popular institutions and aiming to have the mechanisms that are so diplomatic just to aim towards a stronger action for of the people that is outraged for the abandonment of so many years. So that's it for me. I'll send. Um, I would like to send hi to everyone that's listening to me, and please, please don't forget about us. Mm, the student that was generating and gives his testimony from the city of Cali. Up next, we are going to listen to Germán Barragan. He is a political scientist and he is part of the Foundation Corona. Germán, go ahead with your testimony. Thank you. Well, it's great to be part of this conversation. It's great for me to be here and find more spaces to share different visions for me and for the foundation that I would belong to. It's a pleasure to be here and try to propose some elements that can contribute to the conciliation of terms. Mm, and we have to take a look at all the outlets to see how can we live in a better way the situation. The first thing that I'm part of this, I'm part of an organization that's been around 57 years working. None of the of what we do, we don't do it by ourselves. I am lucky enough at the people that I'm with. I work with more than 300 organizations in different parts of the country. Only in assistance to young people and guidance and counseling, we get to more than 10,000 young people in the diverse regions, like Cali, Agua Blanca, Siloé, regions of Urabá, Buenaventura, many places, the Pacific and the Caribbean coast, Manizales, what happens in Bogota and big cities, etc. And well, this people knew that this was going to happen. The government couldn't read the outrage of people. You see, so for the government wasn't urgent what was happening to people, but now we're trying to react as better as possible and to understand what has happened. The country is not going to be the same in many ways, and try to uh, build in a better country. The first thing that I would like to say is that it's very difficult to, if we don't connect to the pain that young people suffer, well, many things that have happened that people are suffering. They feel that they're on the streets facing their fear to build a better country. That value has to be acknowledged. If we don't start there and not to look for stigmatization and to work towards construction, well, that means acknowledging all these figures that we're talking about, not to stigmatize the people, all these figures that show the whole face of the country suffering, of different places, etc., and the actions that some shouldn't have committed that are more serious than others in case of what's happening with the institutions and the police, which is who is killing people, and to acknowledge the difference that is not the same to have a violent action from someone from the state compared to the violent action from a citizen, because you cannot compare the sexual violence from a policeman or for sexual. It's not the same. Doesn't mean that we have to acknowledge the country that each that person has to hurt the most. Of course, if you start hurting more for one person on one side than the other, one that person one side than the other, that's a dangerous path. As a country, many citizens for different places are suffering. Well, the longer we take to acknowledge that all dead people are good people, or and they shouldn't die. Well, that's what we have to do. Other thing is the notion that young people have that nobody's listening to them and that nobody is there to help them. And as we go deeper in this, that state doesn't mean government, and that national government doesn't mean um, all government. That there are local governments that needs to be some institutionality beyond what's happening. We're not going to be able to start rebuilding that trust if we keep breaking that distance between the institutions and the state with such an important segment as young people. Well, it's very complicated to find pathways to work together. I'm going to say in the reporting that it's fair, but we have to go beyond. We have to build that together from the institutions. In terms of what we've seen in the evolution, well, it was really clear what some have called the well, basically what they call the main reason why everything started. And if people start visualizing, identifying in the protest in terms of the common outrage. And that outrage, for example, in the Constitution 1991 and the murder of three candidates back in 1989, or the mobilization against FARC when they murdered those deputy officers. And that was built around the abuse and the images that started rotate, that started being viral in social media. So there are affectations for the protests have started to generate progressively other type of outrage, and it's an outrage of other part of the country that it doesn't agree with the blockades, that is losing sight between the protest and violence and vandalism, violence, uh, and by not being separate that part of the country different to one another, with the deep down they're doing is that generating uh, general outrage against the country, and that's really dangerous because it's dividing us even more and more and more, just taking us progressively to be further and further away. So if we're not connected to all different parts of the country that are suffering, but especially this what we're seeing in terms of effects um, on people, and well, that's a problem. Well, I'm saying that violence is not isolated event by the public force. They're killing people. There are many of us that we need to face that wound together in terms of justice and try to find mechanisms to stop that violence and to repair those people. And we have to acknowledge that the violent facts from by other people are not isolated either. The World Health Organization was talking about the medical mission of at least 140 events. If you see this morning they were talking about the big company man and big businessman that it was necessary. For those who you don't know, 92% of companies in Colombia are SMEs. Most companies in Colombia are very weak in terms of the capability to withhold this type of attacks. And the opportunity that we want to have ferries and depend of that organizational tissue. Um, what these measurements have done over the last few days is to show that they're having a terrible time. That small companies are losing between 4 to 10 million per day, 4 or to 10 million dollars. So when they ask them about the first reason, they say, "Hey, the support that we need is for them to separate the blockades. Any agenda of reconstruction of the country, in terms of opportunity, needs those companies. It's not that the money is worth the same as lives. No, I'm not comparing that. It's not that they're insensitive businessmen. The most businessmen that have owners and that need support because they don't have the huge financial capability that main corporations have are the ones that suffer the most, and we need to take that into account because 10 billion pesos in companies that are losses of those small employments that people, instead of improving the situation, we're not going to be able to have so much margin for solutions. It's not about aesthetics. It's not about making people uncomfortable. We need to understand the real magnitude of what one part of the country is suffering in the midst of abuse, but also the abuse in terms of violence. And that's an additional reflection of factual events. Many of the things we have seen here in this event and other events almost put their looks in the latest years. To scale violence ends up to spiral out of control, and to give us the opportunity that everything is justified, but they're violent because he's violent. All that anything goes measure is terrible, right? So if we start desensitizing ourselves from the things that are happening, start a balance part that is really difficult to leave. Um, to transform society through violence, well, that was the narrative of the last decades, guys. And this country should have suffered enough to bet on different things in which value the life and the rights of all people, and for us to have more control in terms of the acceptance that we have to go to factual events. So we start to seeing violent from every side of the country. What we've seen over the last few days is that things are getting out of hand. Uh, and there are other people that don't let them stop the blockades. Colombia has a story, a present, and a huge capability of organized crime and organized violence. And we start with this fight and what happened in Buenaventura yesterday, or the terrible case of the teenager in Popayan who was raped and that then killed himself. And also the patrol woman yesterday that was raped. So when's enough? When enough is enough? When should we change this? The history of the country in terms of violence led us to very complicated moments of 37,000 victims per year of all types of violence that were registered. That's almost 100 victims per day. Um, and let's think about the scale of this country. This country has suffered enough. There was a time there were people, 200,000 people at war, and 80,000 of those victims were the civil population, were civilians. We need to be much more prudent in terms, in we need to be much more restrained. There's not only one country. I voted for the consultation anti-corruption. We need to be wise. We need to be careful. We need to be cautious so the congressman will go lower the salary for them to not to be pay for in their homes for crimes of corruption, to make them much more visible of citizens and all the public budgets. Many of the things we talk about today, 2 years, 3 years ago, we lost that consultation. 4 years, the no vote went against the peace process. And less than 3 years ago, um, the current president got 10 million votes. So there's not one country, but the possibility of building goals and means talking to that country that voted for Duque and understand that every corner there are good people that are trying to keep a position against violence. And if we keep scaling that violence, there are people that start accepting and considering or even exercise violence. And if that happens, we start entering very dangerous ground. Second, we have to work with young people, not only as victims. We are wasting their talent in this country. People that need to the reconstruction of the country has to be with them, not from their demands. It needs to be together with them. There are 5 million young people in this country that live in poverty. If take a look at those indicators, 66% of them are poor. But if we take young people that don't go to school, don't go to work, or that work informally, those young people with potential are around 6 million, 400,000 young people. And we need to involve them so that they can be an active part in the re-dignification of them in the construction, not only asking, but you get involved with young people working for your people, young people working in institutions. There's much more to talk about. Many of the things that we believe as Corona Foundation that we can contribute, we're going to stop there. And just to sum up, the strikes have evolved to a level where we can enter a spiral balance, and we have suffered that as a country before. We have to connect with the pain of the people, but we need to think that that we these two outrages that are happening are cannot go ignored without constructing and building a better country. Thank you, Herman Paul Sanchez of the Corona Foundation, for his words and for sharing that message in this talk about this crisis and conflict in Colombia. We're going to give the floor right now to Victor Moreno Mina. He is part of the Community Council Pandao. He is a defender of life and he's part of the Cimarron Guard. Victor, the floor is yours. Hello. I'm authority in the community concept Panda, the municipality of Caloto, Cauca. I subscribe to the Association of the Northern Cauca Association and the National Council of the African Community. Well, this morning, I was here this morning listening to some of the positions that we saw. And as they were mentioning this morning, there's a lot of information and misinformation in the on social media. But there are some situations that happen in the territory that also need to raise people that need to be heard. And this, I would like to think of this space because this space contributes to that. Well, first, I'd like to remind you that today we, as African Colombians, we celebrate today the day of the abolition of slavery, 21st of May. There are a lot of activities going on today in different types at a national level, virtual activities, and important activities. And that gives me the option to start or continue posing the fact that in the framework of the strikes, we have seen the excessive use of the force with some racism, um, stigmatization and persecution, and people that are in the first line, as they call themselves, they have been stricken. I was reading a report that cause from Bogota releases where they show in detail some situations of African Colombian men that go to the police force and they use even war force against African Colombians. And it's a clear message of racism and application of just of structural force with that structural racism, sorry, um, against the public, against the police and the Colombian state. In many rural zones and urban zones like big cities, we have seen the people that are committed, and there's also African Colombian community that are not under an organizational process of community councils that have been living in a spontaneous way all throughout the regions because of the violence that's happening against the life, human dignity, and against all these possibilities of rights that we have as Colombians. And we have the ISA Delta, and also since you're mentioning the Law 70, I would like to say the National Strike Committee calls and talks about some initiatives and the national demands, but this committee can't get all the agendas that we have from all the country, of course, because here we find a lot of agendas, regional agendas, and well, to that order, in that order, of the National Strike Committee and the government institutions of the state need to listen to the regions and they need to listen, hear that voice of young people, workers that are in the territories, in the resistance, on the personal resistance giving life to this national strike to have a new normality in the country, new normal in the country, because we think that this is not going to be the same. And there will be some changes, but these changes bring also situations that keep affecting human rights in the country. Today, everything that we are seeing shows paramilitary type of action with military forces, and the fact that there are people that are not using uniforms with guns backed up by the public force and the public police and by armed groups that we don't even know where they come from. Well, that's a sample that one of the consequences in this new normal in Colombia that we hope to be better. Well, there's going to be also a lot of paramilitary forces affecting the people all around the big cities in the country. The people have been witness of it that we have suffered in the previous years, and we hope that we can get together just as we're doing it today, like we're doing today with the national strike, with different organizational processes, with human rights organizations, and also with the with universities, so we can report permanently and de-articulate all those paramilitary dynamics that may come even stronger or get even stronger after this mobilization, after this national strike. Because we know that this is the beginning of other changes. We want to achieve democracy. Today, we don't have a democracy in the country. And if there's a democracy, it's just democracy for the few. There's a lot of hypocrisy because, unfortunately, only just going out on the street mm, makes. If we go on the street, just maybe we are hurt, but many of these policies haven't been taken down. They have just been put off. So this keeps feeding the fire of national striking throughout all different communities on the streets with different ways of acting, established point of resistance, but also with mobilizations and demonstrations, strikes to raise their voice in all different parts of the country, and especially in Northern Cauca, of course. And to that end, raising our voice permanently, as I was mentioning before, with those local regional demands, we have tried to establish at some territories dialogues with mayors, with the presence of the national government. But despite the fact that we have raised our voices, the violation of human rights, that hasn't been enough. These things keep happening. But on top of those violations of human rights that we have reported, for example, rapes against women that have been part of the strikes. And for those people in Popayan, in Cali, Bogota, there are specific cases of African Colombian women that haven't been made visible. We demand for them to keep doing the investigations to clarify the situations, but also we need to prosecute these people that have violated these rights. And we also have found stigmatization, in the case of Northern Cauca, to go to specifics, there are more than six free trade zones in this region and six municipalities in this region that we're between municipalities and one another for 15, 20, 30 minutes away from the city of Cali. And we saw a video stigmatizing and quoting and stigmatizing and threatening some leaders of the national strike, saying that because of them, people are going bankrupt because of these people of these big companies are losing all their money, these multinational companies, etc. And they give them and they put videos with their own names saying that they are to blame for the bankruptcy of these huge transnational companies. So that's a huge problem. In two points of resistance in Villarrica and Puerto Tejada, we have seen we have been victims of gun attacks from white trucks going to those points of resistance, shooting against young people that are protesting. We have demand to the national to the attorney general's office and to the national office and to the attorney general's office for them to follow up that situation and to identify the owners of these vehicles. But we haven't moved forward. They have tried to lower the intensity of the investigations and to and to shut up and to be make the voices of the people that are trying to report this quiet. Most of these strikes are not foreign to what's happening in the biggest cities. The biggest cities are being militarized. It's not only about assistance of the national police, but also by the army, but stopping that is not doing their constitutional work to repress the people and obviously to harass people, especially at night against the dynamics against the resistance point. So, um, with all of that, we also have been committing ourselves and acting permanently with humanitarian organizations because we think that they need to guarantee the minimum rights for human dignity, both for mobilized people and for families and people that are not going on the strikes.
And following this trend, we have had different corridors and trying to improve the entrance and exit of supplies and some others so that this can be properly moved from one place to another, and also some basic elements for agricultural production. This is show that along with the organizational processes, we have generated some permanent dialogue so that this can be a minimum guarantee and they don't end up being the permanent resistances elements with a shot or something in the same leg, considering that we have called a lot of people, a lot of families to be against the same mobilization processes that are being held. And following this train of thought, this is not the moment for the people to rise against the people to create different elements that are not possible to move or to solve in the short and medium term. But there has to be a commitment for everybody that there are some minimum guarantees so that the legitimacy of the national demonstrations are kept. And the solidarity of the people that are not moving can be also an essential solution, essential help, so that the local, regional, national elements that we have can be legitimate, but also that we can have some good work. Well, they are telling us that we have to wrap up. We have some final words because we need three more people to go. Well, actually, I am doing so to tell you that for us as the community council, as of Afro-descendant communities, are like the group that has had a lot to deal with the protection of the people that are with us and also in the humanitarian corridors. We believe that the country has to move forward on a permanent dialogue, on a dialogue with different elements. And the dialogue that we have is that the government and the different institutions of the Colombian government can participate and also to enable and to look for solutions for the elements that we have. There are some elements that will depend on the medium and long term, and to give resolutions to many of the conflicts and many of the crises that are making the country poorer. And they are attacking the different communities that are affected by this economic development model that is not thinking too much on the creation of a country with a stable, long-lasting peace with the growth of some others. Thank you so much. The country is moving and we stop to move onward. Thank you for the council. And we are going to give the floor to Percy Percy Oyala of the National Confederate of Workers. Percy, the floor is yours. Mike, please, Percy, your mic is off. Thank you so much, Kenny. My warmest regards to all our partners from the panel and all the people that is with us today. After listening to my partners from the panel, I find that in this moment we are united in Compensar, where the council committee is working with the government. We haven't been able to start with the negotiation of the national emergency petitions because we haven't been able to solve everything that has to deal with guarantees for the exercise of the protest. And that includes immediate measures that have to be adopted by the government to guarantee the free exercise of the protest and to stop the violence against the demonstrators. And it wouldn't make sense to move forward on these without fulfilling or filling this, knowing that a lot of people is fighting for their lives. So when we move for a life and the peace, we are talking about saving lives, not only because we don't want to have more death or injured people or disappeared people, women violated, people that have lost their eyes amidst these mobilizations, but also because there are people that is dying of hunger in the country. We have talked that around 16 million people are not consuming three types of food per day. When we were talking with Ana Maria, we had to remember that there are some young people that are eating better in the place where we are having resistance than in their own homes. And we can see effectively that 21 million of people are below the poverty line. And we start, maybe perhaps we can start understanding why summoning of a national strike done by the National Committee of a Strike for April the 21st until now is not finishing. But some people believe that this started on April the 1st. And I would like to understand that this committee of the strike is founded on 2019 and precisely is on November the 21st of 2019, where we have a national strike on without any element in the history of Colombia. We have a recent element to the government talking about 124 points and three main axes. So what we had at that moment? Point number one, the guarantees for the exercise of the right of the protest. Second, of the social rights. Third, of economic rights. Fourth,
Four, regarding
anti-corruption.
anti-corruption. Five,
Fifth,
peace.
peace.
Six, human rights. Seven, Mother Earth rights. Eight, political rights and guarantees. Nine, agricultural issue. Efficient part. The 10th point, compliance agreement between the government and organizational processes. And we're going to talk about the fact that the government should fulfill agreements, non-fulfilled agreements and subscribe agreements with university students, organizations, indigenous organizations, black communities, um, unions and guilds, um, the Colombian Federation of the Federal Community Mothers, agricultural movements, transporters, population with disabilities, organizations of human rights, indigenous communities to defend the territory, justice and peace, one national meeting of Decree 8714 of 2014, peasant agreement, um, also with the Cauca police with the Human Rights Watch, defense of the life and the territory in Cauca, in Chocó, National Strike of Tumaco, Buenaventura, Black communities of Northern Cauca, and agreements with indigenous women of the CRI that have been attacked all throughout different ways. Mm, reference to the regulatory projects of the 13 creation of spaces of construction of the following initiatives. That petition sheet was never negotiated with the government. Government said talk about national conversation. they invented regard about the national conversation, and they diluted the possibility of moving forward regarding negotiations. Then and we started with the pandemic, and the pandemic stopped. Um, the continued mobilizations foreseen for the month of May, and among of that, this crisis is organized as crazy exclusion, um, everything about hunger, and the National Strike Committee presents on the 20th of June of 2020 the national sheet of petition. The government ignored that petition sheet, and we said it yesterday. 11 months have gone by after that, and they want to blame us as the National Strike Committee of everything that's happening in the country. Economic losses, job loss, everything that we were mentioning precisely. The person who was before me, Victor Moreno. We can let's wrap things up, please. When Victor was talking about everything that had to do with the fact that maybe we don't collect all the agendas. Of course, that was 11 months ago, and we didn't know what was going to happen today. And obviously, the government refrained from negotiating, and today, under the pressure of the strike, of course, undoubtedly they're sitting down on the table, and we cannot address the content of the 6 points if we don't have guarantees for life. Um, and regarding democracy, the emphasis um, with all the control organisms have, or the Attorney General's Office of the Nation, and also in we have the procurer's office, and they are not the prosecutor's office. Well, they don't guarantee human rights, the fundamental rights of the people.
Muchas
Thank you
gracias,
very much.
Alexis Oyola, de la Confederación General de Trabajadores. Vamos a darle paso rápidamente a
We are
Pedro
going
Arenas,
to give
de
the
la
floor to
Confederación
Pedro Arenas of the
Autónoma
corporation
Colombiana.
organization Bisomito.
Pedro, este
Pedro, due
proyecto
to time
de
reasons,
testimonio
we're going to go talk about your testimony for to 5 minutes. Go ahead. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. My name is Pedro Arenas, and I'm part of the Corporation Besunto. We're an organization that is dedicated to create community presence the people in the country. And in accordance to what Andres just mentioned, I would like to talk to you in testimonies about what's been happening in the regions of Meta Guaviare regarding the national strikes. Just as many other zones of the country, we have seen strikes from the truck drivers, from the young people that numerically, well, they're much less than the ones or the huge urban conglomerates, but they also are demanding the right. There's shown demonstrations. They have been marching together of the National Strike Committee, who have been taking care in the case of the indigenous group, their relationships, and in solidarity with the rest of the youth movement in the country due to all the aggressions to their human rights. Well, in this region, they also have had expressions from the peasant movement, from the from the farmers region, farmers community. We have seen representations of San Jose del Guaviare and Villavicencio. Within the farmer delegations, we have seen people that are were part of rebel groups in the past before the peace agreement signing, and the farmers just want to the compliance or the fulfillment of agreements that the government had already signed before, and they also, due to the lack of use of violence by security committees, well, they complain because they are not applying the air aspersion with glyphosate. Also, um, the spraying with glyphosate, they don't want that. Also, the substitution of illegal crops, etc., etc. Involve commitments from the state with the farmer community with agreements that haven't been fulfilled to replace the economy that is being left behind, the legal economy. And due to these farmer delegations, they have marched to the city of Villavicencio alongside the young people um, with the transport, well, days that imply the blockade or some pathway, but everything done in a pacific way. Even the case of transporters, it acts as a Department of Guaviare, the very own national police. And Guaviare can say this, how they have been developing talks with the transporters union or guilds so that they can, for example, let people go so they can guarantee the supply of basic products. There have been a couple of tension moments, and unfortunately, civil authorities, territorial entities, and the government of Guaviare have threatened with the use of force in this part of the country, was been turned down but and rejected by most of the population. Just as it's happening in the rest of Colombia, and as you guys said that it's happening, there's a concern by businessmen and for the economic impact that these blockades can bring, especially because they're not allowing the transportation of merchandise, right? So we have left proof that the main responsibility of what's happening is the responsibility of the President Ivan Duque. Why? Because for many years ago, the communities have been writing to them through different meetings and letters, and letters that will be like a flagship for the national government, like a national, like a territorial plans. But it would seem, and I'm just going to close. These are initiatives that are concentrated in cement tasks and cement projects, many initiatives that have been cut by political entities, regional entities that do not defend the peace agreement, but when they want the participation of indigenous communities through the engine groups constructed both the action plans for regional transformation and the PDF and the PDFs. And of course, there's there an unrest in the people because it would seem that the speech of talks within the central government is totally focused on. I think I lost you, Pedro. I will recover you. Pedro, can you hear us? I think we've lost Pedro's signal. We are going to give the floor to Joy Sauca. Joy is part of the Coconuco community of the National Indigenous Council in Cauca. With Joy, we will be finishing this third session about testimonies and giving the floor to the fourth session about context, which let me remind you that we will be as moderator Angela Zorro from University of Chicago, Sandra Borda from Universidad de los Andes, Roberto Angulo from the Inclusion Department, Andrea Guzman from the Department of Justice, and Colonel General Jorge Vargas of the National Police. Go ahead, Joe Sauca, and Joe Sauca, the floor is yours. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, Joy, go ahead. Hello. Joy, we can hear you. Hello to everyone here. Thank you for your invitation. I'm Joe Sauca. I'm a legal representative of ancestral territories of the Coconuco people community, one of the same peoples, groups of people that are part of the CRIC. Joe, I believe you're muted. Okay, unfortunately, we're having problems also with Joe. Joe, can you hear us?
Joy.
Joe?
Vamos a dar unos
Well,
segundos.
we're going to give him a couple seconds to see if we can reestablish contact with Joy for him to give us testimonial from the National Council of Indigenous Communities of Cauca as a representative of the Coconuco community. Joe, can you hear us a little better or not? Yes, I can hear you. Can you guys hear me? Yes, now we can hear you. Go ahead, Joe. We're going to talk about that testimony, short testimony, so this thing can be better. So yeah, go ahead. Okay, thank you. First of all, I wanted to say that in being part of the Minga, which is part of a national strike, uprising of a country that which belongs to all the nation, and respectfully, we want to say that we were not already mentioning the fact that beyond the Minga and the committee, National Strike Committee and other sectors, well, this uprising by the people has some connotations, historical connotations that hadn't been seen ever before. A polarity that's ever growing from the young people and the cities that are people from come from hills, from municipalities, and from many places of the country. I believe that they call to a much extra sexualized beyond the fact of who is leading or not this matter. And it's not even about political parties. It's just about societies, people that is fed up of seeing how the norms that should protect the Colombian people is the quite the opposite is happening. It's an aggression from the reforms, from the tax reform that was the beginning of all this scenario. 20 days of strikes, and it's an area that alongs in the pathway after the 20th of April. You'll find a lot of other aspects of reform to the health, as a pension, work reform, the agricultural reform, situations that are just accumulation of a lot of policies that have been affecting the function of the government in favor of the Colombian people. So I believe that that explosion that is caused by the tiredness, being tired of so much war, the same violence in the city as well, it starts taking a complex shape. It was just like it was a pressure pot. Basically, it was going to blow up eventually. And of course, for our case, it's always been present. The war has always been in where we live, and that's why we're so activist, right? Mm, and not only in Cauca, but all over Colombia. Because it was like a pressure cooker. It was going to happen sooner or later. We want to be political stakeholders, participants, but also representation and protection to the law and the territories. We came to Cali on the 2nd of May, where there's a really difficult situation in the city. Well, there was a confrontation between the civil population in Cali and the public and the police. It was really critical. On Monday, third, there was the Siloe massacre. On Tuesday, we go and try to see how we could help people as an indigenous guard to perform more humanitarian process on Monday, Tuesday. There were no clashes against the public force. Uh, um, well,
¿Tiene posibilidad de encender la cámara?
can you turn on your camera?
Vale,
Um,
vale, no importa. Entonces, sigamos para ya la parte final. Adelante.
just for the final part, thank you. Also, the president of the Minga to get to Cali or the indigenous community is not, as some spokesman mentioned, even President Duque said that we would rather to. Uh, President of the Conservative Party said that we had left our habitat to make the community of Cali even more violent. There are just xenophobic message of the mayor of Cali calls and tells us as we had caused the violence. When we got to Cali, the city was already on fire. What we did is to get to the scenario of strength and being part of the strike, but also protect the people. And of course, that happened. But after this attack stopped, we can see um, and to the same protesters in many points. Um, Thursdays and Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, we saw a lot of police agents arrest civilians, and they were infiltrating. The, yes, they were infiltrating, and well, they went to the with their police vest and trying to infiltrate the agents that started to shoot against protesters in Cali. There were 4 indigenous people wounded. And police said that the vehicle didn't even belong to the institution. Then they acknowledged that it did. And the people that were dressed as civilians were policemen. And after that, we see how the Minga started being attacked. And then we had harassment to the indigenous guard on Friday and Saturday. And then we got to Sunday, where there's a report that all that scenario had been calculated to destabilize the strikes. It was a provocation in which everything that happened at a public level was already seen. I think the same thing happened here in Popayan. They attacked one of our cars. And the bull, it doesn't matter what gun it was, the bullet went centimeters away from us. And we see that it's the same MO. They all go attack us and then they say that we started it, basically. So what we're doing is to foster the right of defending the right and the territory. That's it. To elaborate that, I think that the challenges are huge. I think that there are some structural points in what we have proposed, not only from the Minga, but also many sectors of society, or some of that don't feel identified with the national strike command. We have tried to get people closer. We had to generate some access that can identify out the Colombian people. That could be the benchmarks to have better guidance in the way, democratic way. Mm, even though it's true, the tax reform was reformed, was removed, sorry. And they have created a dialogue that is petty and that is excluding the people that is on the street. So they're just calling the people that already they already like syndicates organizations. We are here with the Colombian people and we try to guarantee these popular assemblies so we can have a national assembly that can allow to have a structured way that can help the people in the country, that can include everyone here, and to go towards a reconstruction and a model, not like the movies, and not only about indigenous people, but also from the civil society. Um, so our government is working out in the direction of a collective and on the individual task. We won't acknowledge that I will finish there. Can you guys hear me? We don't we don't honor the fact that part of generation work, etc. It's part of the exercise of the rule of law, but we need to check the policies regarding the rest of the population because those are the greatest gaps. So in the context that we can socialize and say is that here there's a reality and there's a government that prepared not to repress drug trafficking or to repress the real members. No, now they're trying to help the SMAD more helicopters just to harass the people. So that's it from me. Thank you very much.
Paula, del pueblo
Thank
Coconuco,
you.
del Consejo Regional
Exata
Indígena
from the
de
Coconuco people of the
Cauca,
Indigenous Council of Cauca. Thank you for your testimonial.
Ana María Durango,
Let's remember that we're here with Ana Maria Durango's resident with testimony from Cali, from the Foundation Corona, Victor Moreno from the Cimarron Guard, and Percy Oyola and Pedro Arenas from the Bees of organization. We give the floor, and we're ending this third block, this third session. I'd like to thank to those who are here with us and participated. And we believe that this open dialogue keeps generating important effects. So we hope you're here with us in the fourth session of this afternoon that will be moderated by Angela Soro, in which we'll have different authorities, among them the director of the National Police, Professor Sandra Borda, and also Roberto Angulo and Diana Guzman from the Ministry of Justice. I'd like to thank you for your time, and we hope you guys continue with us. Thank you.
Bueno, buenas tardes. General, Sandra, ¿podrían abrir la cámara, por favor? General.
Un saludo organizado de la Universidad de Roger.
Perfecto. Vamos a iniciar entonces con nuestro cuarto panel.
We are going to start with our fourth panel. More than 100 people that we have connected with us today. Thank you so much to our lecturers. My name is Angela Zorro. I am a student of the University of Chicago, Yale. For this panel of interpretation and context, we have General Jorge Luis Vargas, Director of the National Police of Colombia, Sandra Borda of the University of Los Andes, and analyst, Roberto Angulo of the Inclusion SAS company, and the Subdirector of Justice. To take advantage of this time, I'm not going to make a deeper introduction. So, General, the floor is yours. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. Let me introduce myself. I'm General Jorge Vargas, General Director of the National Police from December 22nd of 2020. On taking the position in January, from that moment onwards, we have been leading the orientation of the institution in Colombia. Let me make a short introduction of what is the National Police of Colombia. The National Police of Colombia, unlike many other institutions, police institutions around the world, we have a constitutional rank, and it comes from the Constitution. And this institution, that due to its nature, it's a civil police according to Article 218, it has as a priority to guarantee the safety, tranquility, and cohabiting of people in Colombia. And we are talking about the Constitution of 1991. It's important to know this because it's more than 400 people. And considering all the information that we have these days, and one of the topics is the police reform and its category and its nature, I want to tell you that the Constitution defines us as a civil body. Imagine its nature that makes that one thing is one thing and another is another. It's a civil element due to its nature. It has been defined, constitutionally defined. That is in the Constitution of 1991. It's a unique body it works as a national police that is an advantage, and that is important to mention in this context precisely, considering what is happening. It is not the topic of this panel. I know that it's an academic panel, but I would definitely invite you to read about the different innuendos, political innuendos that have presented, and that this strength of being a unique police makes it important within the context of the crime and the different challenges that in safety and security is handled by this police body. This body has enormous elements, enormous challenges in terms of the drug trafficking that is purchased the weapons for organized groups for the crime. It has funded terrorism for a long time, drug trafficking in our country. And having this category of being a unique body, of being in the whole territory and working as a police, especially for the criminal investigation and safety. It's important and it has been reflected in the situation that we are living. We are 133,900 sworn officers that we have taken our position, we have taken our rank, and we have around 17,000, sorry, 23,000 that are doing support work between auxiliaries that are providing service in the police in terms of guaranteeing safety of installations and closeness to the officer as a part of the work. Within this context of the police, unique national police are working in the whole territory, a police that works on the criminal investigation on constitutional terms defined by the Constitution, defined by the work itself. One of the main articles of the Constitution says the national police will exert the work of legal police. This is very important, and everyone that comes from Article 218, due its nature, they have to deal with the security, tranquility, and cohabiting of the citizens. That is an essential perspective of all citizens around the world. Defining or dividing two important distinctions in the context of what is happening. Article 37 of Constitution guarantees the right to protest, to march publicly and pacifically, as the Constitution says. It's a right that has been enshrined within the Constitution. And these are right from has been protected, and it's our main work. In the same Constitution, in Article 2, states that the people have been built, have been presented, and that works for everything that we have to do on guaranteeing our rights and making the rights be enacted. This is an essential right for the police, considering its protection and guarantee. From that moment onwards, there have been millions of events, hundreds of thousands of events that of public marches, pacific work, along with the other authorities that have protected. We have coordinated, we have protected, we have given all the guarantees from the point of view of safety, of tranquility and cohabiting, so that the people in the democratic decision can effectively do so. We have done some institutional developments based on doctrines, on jurisprudence, international jurisprudence of the UN, of different agreements and treatments and treaties from Colombia on human rights that have been developed by the Colombian government and by many governments as well. From the Constitution of 1991, we have developed its international doctrine, taking it to our own legislator to consider and to create all our internal normativity within the framework of guaranteeing and protecting this constitutional right that people have. This is not new. This is not something that is happening now. From the moment that the Constitution of 1991 was presented, we have worked with each government doing a proper development of the context, both with acts of the Republic and internal normativity that has allowed us to guarantee that millions and millions of people have exerted this constitutional democratic right. We have taken instructives, directives, we have created different tools, and we have defined action protocols. We have defined also with a lot of severity and clarity different principles that are ruled, are enshrined by the law. And it's important in this forum to indicate that all this doctrine work that has been based on the Constitution and international frameworks permanently is being checked by the by the surveilling bodies. I'm talking about procuratorship. I'm talking about the ombudsman office. I'm talking about the general attorney's office, and also some other entities like the UN, the OEA. That with them we have had a relationship that has been rather large and transparent, and we have worked on the creation of different stages of their life, besides the Constitution of 1991, working with procedural elements where they have been part of the construction of these standards of action of the national police. In the same token, on the different actions of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights along different processes on different topics, when they have asked for information from the different corresponding channels, they have been transmitted, considering that against this authority, the international authority, the information is and delivered. That means that our action is permanently reviewed, and something else. They are public. That means that the citizen, using its constitutional work, they can ask for these for revision purposes. And as it has happened with many non-governmental organizations, lawyers from the country, people that are permanently doing so. And we are fulfilling our actions, the legal actions that in Colombia are coming from the rate of protection as an essential element for the protection of the individual rights that are enshrined for the people. And among the different elements that have been issued in Colombia around these 20 years, we have answered also to the judges of the Republic, and they have given some judgments on this legal part on the maximum tribunals like the Supreme Court. That means that this procedural construction that has been structured based on different standards is not only legal, but it's legitimate, considering everything that we have done to do our creation, guaranteeing that essential right, not only legal, but is legitimate as well, because we have validated this with a lot of different entities and for a long time. For us, it's essential those two things, not only to be supported in the law, but also in the legitimacy, on the national and international legitimacy of our procedures. This public and pacific manifestation is completely, again, I reiterate, ruled. Even we are moving forward in the police world, and please tell me how about my time, because I don't want to go too long. Please let me know so that I don't move.
Nos quedan 4 minutos.
Yeah, we have 4 minutes left. These are an essential right that we have with a lot of clarity. And also, there are perturbations, there is violence, and there is not public work. And I can say this clarity with legitimate work, but also because the person that is burning a bus, the person that nowadays in Colombia has affected more than 117 different facilities from the police, more than 129 public transportation vehicles that have been vandalized, and other actions that have been completely burned, more than 205, 52 cars that have been affected. People from the community, cameras that have been affected, 28 places that have been affected as well. And we are having 6 people that are responsible for the burn of a tool. And what is this for? Is the collection, the tool is for this. 367 elements that have been affected and vandalized, 144 completely stolen and sacked. Last 11 were in Buenaventura 2 days ago. And we have a bank. A bank was burned, and also an immediate response place, a small unit, community unit that was burned, and that's contradictory in the Park of the Children in Bucaramanga. And many other destructions. This is not a manifestation, a public and peaceful manifestation. This is not a constitutional right to throw stones and to burn and to vandalize and to destroy public transport stations so that they cannot work. I'm saying these trying to be clear in legal terms because it's millions of Colombians that created the Constitution of 1991, and that is what gives a legitimacy to talk that is not a constitutional right. It's a right that has been enshrined in our Colombian legal code. It's a law that is called obstruction in public law, damage on others, uh, murder, tentative. I mean, every single crime that we can call, and we have to intervene because the public officers um, are accused because we do or because we stop to do. I mean, that talked about every single action that is created individually by a police officers has to be punished with all the extent of the law. In the due process, when we are in a democracy, we are in a democracy and every single person has their essential rights respected according to the law. We reject this. And we will ask for repentance for bad actions. And beforehand, we ask for apologies if one police does something undue. I ask for apologies for the community and to all the Colombians as well. We have never given an undue order so that the police in Colombia can perpetrate actions against the law. We have over 600 events that have been peaceful, with thousands of representatives that have been protected by us. But also, there are more than 1,100 interventions of the national police where there have been crimes that have left people injured, people diseased, that have left police officers dead or injured. Sorry about that. And a lot of damages. These people that is committing, is perpetrating these crimes have to be taken to the law because it's not a public and peaceful manifestation. It's a crime according to the law. And I have the numbers because the damages are immense. They have stopped having oxygen in the hospitals. People have died. A baby that was going to born next to Bogota, thousands of animals that haven't been able to be fed. Lots of people have lost their work, and the losses are immense with the production devices that we have. That is not a peaceful manifestation. I offer my life as a police officer for the peaceful work to protect them. But the other ones are crimes. We are seeing constantly these elements on the life of the Colombian. This is a democracy. Thank you so much for listening to me. I don't know if the time is up. Yes, we ran out over the time. And if you have any questions or any comments, I want to give this great warm greetings. The type of police that we have, the public manifestation, and what it's a crime. Thank you. Thank you very much, General. Now, coming up next, we have Sandra Borda, professor of Los Andes University and an analyst as well. Hi, and good afternoon, everybody. So basically, I'm going to focus on three essential items that are the ones that, from the merely political point of view, are important, because I think that Roberto is going to talk about other scenarios and other contexts. Only from a political stance, they help us to understand what is happening, what is going on, and they can give us some light, some guides on the way that we have to move to leave the crisis where we are. And those three elements have to deal. The first one with the evolution of the social protest as a political participation exercise in Colombia. The second one with the lack of representativity that we are suffering now. And three, with the particular scenario of the current protest and how the first and the second item, like large problems and large challenges, are deepened with different dynamics that we are currently having with the institutional response to the manifestation. So the first item is something about where everybody agrees, everybody concurs, and the people having a social protest has said that the evolution of the exercise of the protest has been extremely quick in the last years. I think there is a tipping point on the Constitution of 1991 that allows and considers and conceives and even stimulates the right to protest as a political participation complementary to the political participation that, of course, has a representative perspective. The Constitution of 1991 opens up a space and the possibilities from a normal point of view and a legal point of view. Sorry, Angela, I didn't have my clock ticking. Please let me know because I forgot to have it moving. So part of what is happening with these is that the Constitution of 1991 opens a space and the peace process, the peace negotiation because between the FARC and the others, and something essential that is important in the conflict opens a lot of possibilities, not only legal but also political for the protest. In a common sense, in a common part, is because in all the years of armed conflict, particularly the elites decided to create a political discourse around the protest that all the time was talking about creating and enshrining this as some kind of political facade of the action of the insurgency. Always they were saying that the protest was being filtered by the protests of some guerrilla groups and that it was just a manifestation of the interests of the insurgency. And that had huge effects on the social protest as a way of political participation. Because first of all, it was take alienating people from the social participation. Maybe they believed on this, but the sole idea or the veil of doubt with which they could be linked to the illegal groups made people not to go and to be part of these in a massive way as it has been done recently. And second, it was a tool to delegitimize quickly and in a very expedited manner the different revendications that we had in social protest. That means that if that was a facade of the insurgent groups, there was no need of render attention to the different yearns of the people and also of transforming different elements in the public policies. With the peace process, what happens is that basically this veil of doubt on the protest, it doesn't disappear entirely, but it becomes a lot thinner. And that is shown because the different attempts of different establishments of the government to present the social protest and the social protest of 2019, even the one of September last year, as an exercise that has been perpetrated and coordinated by different criminal organizations has less political effect. Instead of making the people move and delegitimizing this, what the discourse is doing is that it creates more indignation, and unlike it happened in the other cases, it was stimulating certain solidarity and more participation with the protest. So this veil of doubt that we had on the social protest again has become thinner, and this makes that the protest nowadays can be considered as a political participation mechanism that is expedite for a lot of people, and that with in great terms they become a substitute of the participation types that are unique of the representative democracy. That, as I said before, with some graphs, they clearly are on a enormous crisis. And that is my second point. The second part has to deal with the deficit of the representativity with which we are suffering. And now this is this last graph that we wanted to show you. And for example, something that is important to consider here is that this is not a cliche or not even a commonplace. In fact, the place where we are located in this moment in terms of credibility of the institutions is a critical place. There's a lot of people who say, well, the politologists are all the time saying that we have a deficit of representativity. No, this element, this is something rather concerning. And I want to talk about some data of the surveys that we had on the democracy survey, some studies that are done in the political science department of Los Angeles University. This first graph, I think that is something rather eloquent of what is happening. The first line, the front line, shows about the support to democracy. That is something in terms that has to deal with principles. And we have had a reduction, not a strong reduction, but people still believes that between all the different types of political regime, democracy is the least evil, if you want to put it in those terms. The problem is with the yellow line, and the yellow line is the one that is asking the people not if they believe for the type for principles, but if they feel satisfied with the development of democracy. And the reduction is immense, because what we find here is that you can see, for example, for 2020, only 18.2% of the people that have been surveyed, and I want to know that this is one of the surveys that had the largest numbers. We're talking about something highly representative. So what we are showing is that people just believe in democracy as a principle, as a set of rules, but they don't believe that institutions or democratic institutions are answering to their needs or to their reivindications. Again, the loss is an important loss that has, and this, I guess, this is a question that we have to do often, because you're going to find that this happens between 2020 and 2012 and 2013, and this talks about why are we losing this. I think this is something that hasn't been answered well yet. And for the matter that we are interested in this moment, people have the perception that the institutions of the government and the institutions of democracy are not responding to their needs. This second graph is are going to the same direction. I don't have the data, but until 2018. And again, we are talking about the trust in the three branches of the social work. The Congress is pretty much stable from 2013. The system is pretty much stable, and there is another elements, but there is less institutions, and they have to deal with the people that is going in the power and the political elements we have. They have another one that is heavily linked to what we have in the protest scenario, and they have to go with the parties' identification. This is something that has been shown in many different surveys, considering the question on the levels where the people is linked or is tuned with a political party. 74% says no one. And we have one of the control studies that we have of John Sudarsky, that what he is showing in a large part is that not only there is a group of detachment or separation of the different elements of the democracy, state and non-state, because we have different political parties as well. But on top of that, not only they don't feel being represented, but that doesn't create trust either. You can see the reduction in many of the institutions that we have. We are including a lot of things that don't have to do directly with the state. We have entities and even social organizations. That means that we are talking about all the institutions where eventually we could have the hope to create some tissue and some social capital, not only on the state institutions again, but the only thing that we are triggering, increasing, is the corruption. That is a terrible combination of different things, because the combination of the lack of trust on the institutions and the belief that the institutions are there to become a strength of the political party and nothing more. So all these crises of representativity and this graph, it came to create about a third point, and I'm going to go back to this one later on. all these crises of representativity, what is the kind of effect it is creating, and how it becomes a possibility for what is happening. If the institutions or the democracy are no longer being helpful for people to convey their messages, to convey these reivindications, and so that in one way or another they can be used as a transmission channel for the state, then there is no other alternative different to the political participation and the social protest. If the people feels that that is not the path through the which they can talk about these scenarios of social protest can also be on somehow answering to the crisis of these institutions with some additional elements, and is the paradox of all these elements, and is that the process of resolution of this crisis uh, specifically needs the participation of all these different social institutions that have such a small credibility between the citizenry. So it can be that the crisis, the representation crisis, can be effective to activate or to stimulate the social protest. But within the scenario where the reivindications of the protest have to become an answer by the different institutions, that's where we have a golden knot that we cannot solve because people don't believe in institutions, on state institutions or the social organizations, not even the ones that are in charge effectively or organize the protest. And I think that the better personification in this element is the strike demonstration committee. These crises is strengthening different participation processes that we have, but puts us in a conflict resolution that is really complicated. So I'm wrapping up with an item on what is happening with the protest scenario on this political landscape that I'm trying to draw. And part of what it means to privilege one version on or one interpretation of the current crisis as an crisis of public order or not as a social crisis is precisely that the response of the different institutions in the protest or the exercise of political participation where we have the people on the streets, they are contributing to increase the crisis of representativity that we have. It's contributing to losing even more the confidence on the different institutions. And this makes the problem become circular, and that is something that effectively makes the people go to the streets. I'm just giving an example, but I want to talk about other two things that are important. Please see how after the protest of 1999, we have a huge loss of representativity and confidence as well that people have in the political institutions. So what some of them would be expecting to do is some of the demands that we have on the people that is on the street and on the protest is precisely the loss, the stopping the political abuse and the work in between the different citizenries and others. We would be waiting for a political response that is different than this one. Maybe something that is not contributing to the mining the confidence that we have in the police. However, we are in a totally different scenario. And I can even predict that from the process that we currently are living in 1 year and a year and a half, we are going to end up with a worse level of trust in the police. I'm going to give some other examples, like how this is deteriorating the confidence in the different conditions, the role of the different elements that is working on the work of uh, taking care of the citizenry is now more than ever a completely in problems. We are talking about the lack of independence, different elements with the work power of the government and the police itself in the public order that we have in terms of protest. And the constant perception that people have is that the different institutions like the procuratorship is not longer institutions that are in charge of the believing or taking care of the human rights, but now are aligned with the interest of the government, and now we cannot count with them. Now, as those examples, I can give you some others to think how with this, what we are doing is that we are deepening in our problem that we had before in terms of the protest. And basically, we are not giving too many steps in terms of solving this Gordian knot that we had before on 2020 and 2013 in terms of the relationship between the citizenry and the institutions of the government. Thank you so much, Sandra, and quite on time. Now we're going with Roberto Angulo. Good afternoon, Angela. Thank you to the participants and the people that are with us today. I'm going to share my presentation to give you some of my messages. Are we seeing this? Yes, we can see that without problems. I want to talk with some numbers to give a proper reading of the proposal. Everything that has to deal with the proper demands that we are having and what we do. I want to give you some numbers to analyze in depth, but to talk about the messages that I want to have with you. This is something that we had in Bogota. This happened in April when we had several weeks of pandemic, and these started appearing on the window. And we were trying to implement some of the transference that we had. And what we had with this white cloth is that people didn't have the possibility to work with this. We in Bogota, we were implementing a huge challenge that it was to be able to do transfers to people that didn't have possibilities. We had around 40,000 different places, and we had to reach to 900,000, something that hadn't been done ever. And when we had these white cloths, they were on different neighborhoods, and we started having them on vulnerable places on the middle class. This is an image that renders about the accelerated change that we had. And I have three essential items that we have to mention to give light to the work that we are doing on the social indicators and all the discontent that we have, working with doing a proper analysis, sufficient analysis on the work that we do. The first thing is that the protest probably is focusing different elements of different frustrations that we have had in Colombia. Not only the problems due to COVID, but there was a strike and some antecedents that we had. But on these tectonic plates, we also had the crisis of the sector. So these tectonic plates had some components that we had to consider on the different graphs, on different images. For example, even in the period where Latin America had a larger period, in the decade that we won, so to speak, even in that time of great transformations, Colombia had a social change unbalanced, unequitative, and completely disfragmented. So I chose three. I had three to implement, working with social classes, geographically work with our relationship with the peripheral, and with a degree of organization. This is a graph that is a highly illustrative graph of the social groups of the World Bank on some numbers, and this was illustrating properly the change of the decade that we earned, the decade of 2002 to 2014, which reduces its poverty by half and double the middle class. But even in that decade that we earned, we had 31% of vulnerable population. Sorry, it has 40% of vulnerable population, that is the yellow dotted line, yellow line. That means that 40% of the population had a high probability of going into poverty. Even at that time, I want to stop in the last data that we have, and I'm going to go with this one with some updated information. Now we are working on 2019. We have 39% of poor people, 31 people vulnerable. That means not poor, but with a high likely, a high possibility of getting poor, and the high class is 2%. That is the one that doesn't appear on the line. What we are learning from this is that Colombia is a country that has been divided in three different pieces. In a population that didn't have the minimum threshold to get into poverty, in a population that has pretty much the same size, and coming from the anxiety of being poor, we had a middle class of around 30%, with certain deprivals like Hadra Gaviria and Bibiana Mora. We did a work on this. On what we had is that the middle class, around 60% of their homes had at least an informal sector. There is a middle class that had grown with a fragility. That's how we received this with COVID, with a fragmented country with different social agendas of poverty, vulnerability, and the social line. And we have a fragmented country. This is the map of the poverty index in Colombia. According to the census of 2019, even the darker the fuchsia color, more poverty concentration we have. And we can see our relation that has been reiterated in the poverty from the first study that we did that was done in Colombia. In 1980, we had a poverty study that was saying that Bogota is an island uh, of health covered by miasma. And this relation has been shown from the moment that we have the poverty lines in Colombia. The center is always better than the outskirts, both in the urban and the rural area. And a third fragmentation that we had in the organization, that we have the different areas focused on the organization of the OCDE, with areas predominantly areas. And as we move to the right, we are moving to a different place. The data that we have is the poverty index that we have, and the degree of organization also is fractioning, is making a change of the policies in Colombia. If we see the post-conflict, that we would have a fifth level. They would be even poorer than we're seeing them with another relationship. And that's how Colombia has moved. That's how we have had some social changes. That's how they have helped this in health with this fragmentation. Now we have the COVID, and it's a strong clash. I'm not going to delve into these data because they are largely known, but the main link is the commercial market and the commercial part that have as a scenario the city. This clash that comes from the nexus of the work market, it also exacerbates the problems that we have. And which are those the different inequalities that we have? The first one, the gender inequality. Here we have, for example, the drop on the occupation level of men and women. As you can see, the pale blue line is the women, and have the lowest point in April comes to 33%, and for men is 54%. In the case of the unemployment rate is similar. In the critical point, we had really dire numbers compared with others. So what we do is that we exacerbate these problems. The closer of schools creates more problem, more burden women looking for work and trying to improve the situations of disability. And this becomes something asymmetrical against the poor people, against the vulnerable and poor population. And in Colombia, all the houses affected by the clash, by the COVID clash, all these elements are different, but they are asymmetrical. The graph shows that the clash of the income comes on the 24, and on on the 20th percent poorest percent, 10%, and even more in cities. It almost goes twofold. So the cities become the scenario of this clash. Afterwards, we have the poverty numbers. That's the number that we have for several weeks, and we go from 35 to 42. If you see the numbers from 2012, this data taking the poverty from 35 to 42, that is what happened last year. It has been the biggest spike that we had ever since this started. Never from one year to another we had poverty in these levels. One data that is important for many discussions is the clash between the urban and the rural. Something happened that we never expected, and the rural elements and urban elements were linked. That supposed gap that we were looking for in this typical year is linked. And why is it so? Because the crisis was happening in the cities, because the poverty line in the country is less strong and it wasn't reduced, and because the gratuity and services had some effects on this. Isn't going to be sustainable, of course, but this is the result that we see and is favoring us. The crisis was helping in the different places. That is why we see the protest. On the cities, we saw an increase in the protest around 15% in Barranquilla and 5% in Quibdó. Pretty much the large cities had the largest variations in terms of poverty. And these variations are absolutely interesting and wouldn't be thinkable in the moment. Nobody would have believed they say that Barranquilla is going to increase 15 points in its poverty one year to another. So this is what happens in the cities, and the health aids in the cities were not enough. The aids on the cities lessen around 1.5 and 3 points of poverty. The cities are demanding employment and activation of the productive tissue. And this was even more complicated considering something that is extremely relevant to understand this context. That is the percentage of young people that are not studying and are not working either. Not only young people in this situation, but also this aggregate that we had young men and young women. You can see that for the total of the country, the percentage that we had of young people that were not studying or working is around 20%, and women is 34%. And that's how we are moving on the gradient in the different cities. That is moving from numbers in the case of women are going to up to 42%. That means that more than four women out of each 10 are suffering the situation. All this clash takes us to the social change. I go back to the graph of social groups as we have it. Something that is very complicated. We see the poverty went from 35.7 to 42.5. Vulnerability went to 42 to 30. The vulnerability was reduced because they went to poverty. So the ones that were not poor and that had the possibility of being poor fell here. And the middle class, and this is something rather relevant, that's something that happened some weeks ago, it was reduced in 5 percentage points. It went from 30 to 25. So COVID increased a lot of inequalities in Colombia. We had Colombia was accustomed to have a social fragmented change where some groups were always seeing that other groups were going faster and a higher speed. Always the outskirts seeing that the hub was working and improving better. Always the small cities seeing that the large cities or the rural seeing that intermediate were working in a better speed. So I want to stop in this last data. Colombia has a rather complicated situation after having a country divided into three, all in middle class. The crisis increases these inequalities. In a single year, we see a protest in 2019, and we see this even almost 1 year later. When you compare the case of Colombia with Chile, we are specifically forgetting this heterogeneity that we have in Colombia that Chile doesn't have. In Colombia, there are people marching because they are hungry. In Colombia, we have people marching because they are poor. We have people marching because they have anxiety, they are poor, and they are anxious because of the poverty. We have people like in Chile that is in middle class, that they find that what they have invested in education don't have a stronghold in the labor world. But it's not only that. This fragmented world, this world that has been fragmented, that has been heavily unequitative, is getting into different roads and different COVID scenarios. And here is where we have all these societies, mixed societies. The Minga is walking, and they can be with other populationally vulnerable groups of middle class, and each one of them with their frustrations and some other elements, also with the social claims and social requests. So this is pretty much the reading that I had about this. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, Roberto. Hay varias
Thank you, Roberto. I have a lot of people in the chat asking if you can share your presentation after the event.
Súper, súper.
Thank you.
Ahora vamos para terminar el panel con Diana.
Now, to wrap up the panel, we are going to go next with Diana. We have different questions that have been shown here. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for those that were creating this event, this panel. I think that is a great opportunity to create dialogues from different perspectives. The perspective that I want to tell you about is a perspective that is linking elements from two of my work areas, that is constitutional and conflict resolution, particularly in negotiation. So here, the starting point that we have, that I wanted to start with, this intervention is the acknowledgement that we have a crisis. Maybe one of the most complicated crises that we have had in Colombia in the last years, the spiral of the violence that we are suffering and the serious violation of human rights that we are facing, they effectively have us against the possibility of having a social sustained clash or an autocratic change. And this is very complicated for democracy. Even if we have important regional changes, the important thing is that we have to face this crisis. A crisis is always going to have certain opportunities. And considering this, trying to bring some different democratic possibilities, is that I want to make this analysis. These opportunities, I believe, that can happen if we consider that it's important to de-escalate the conflict and to create different conditions to create a democratic and wide dialogue. A dialogue in a society that is changing. We already talked with Robert and Sandra have talked about these, but also people that have worked in other panels have talked about these. We have a Colombian society that is changing, that it has a profound but it is a society that is changing and is looking for new ways to relate and new understandings. And in any case, the violence ends being something that is accepted, and we have to understand this through democratic means. So these need this democratic study, that is the one that I think where we have to move to in the next days or years or months. It has to be reflected on institutional changes in different fields. I'm not only talking about the tributary structure of the country. I'm talking about what could happen with the police, what happens with the controlled bodies, and what happens in general with all these institutions and all these developments of the state, where we focus in a great extent the social unrest, something that has been mapped along the day. Now, for this democratic dialogue, the wide dialogue could be feasible, we effectively need to deepen into the different elements that are necessary for this dialogue. And what are some of those elements? For example, we have to be able to integrate what are the proper parts of the dialogue. We have to be able to know what are the different parts that have to sit down in this dialogue or this negotiation, and they have to render accounts that they can be trusted, that we can trust the other part. We can have some common shared interest through which we can reach agreements. But on top of all of these, we have to show that we have confidence that these agreements are going to be fulfilled. And what is going to happen according to this context, or what do we do with this? Here I'm going to focus on the institutional perspective. What has been the institutional response to this? Because there are some elements that are important that in the end are those that have generated the deepening of the unrest and the doubts on the possibility of having this wide democratic data that are shown in larger democratic changes. First thing I would like to highlight is that the response that the government has given to the protest and to the social mobilization has been a bad management. The government has had a bad management of the protest, and I'm not only talking about the stigmatization of the protest that started with this, where from April the 28th, we are listening to different spokespeople of the government using different ways of stigmatization of the protest. Sandra already mentioned some of them, but among others, we have the stress on vandalism, on the idea that this protest is an infiltrated protest, deeply infiltrated protest, that even the origin, the source of this is different, limiting the importance of the unrest in the social movement that we have. On top of this stigmatization of the protest, we have what we are showing now that makes things are more complicated is the lack of a strong rejection by the government to the dire violations of human rights that are happening within the context of the protest. The official information that we have that has started being produced not too long ago makes some stress on the destruction of private property, on the alleged effects of the blockages, but not a lot of stress on the dire violations of human rights that are happening, that are people that is protesting is experiencing. And on top of these, we don't have a clear route for the dialogue. For example, it is not clear what is the mechanism that is effectively going to allow to have different parties that are participating in this protest, not only to the committee, to the demonstration committee, but also to different movements that have had an influence in these protest. In the dialogue that we had, the government is fostering, it seems that it becomes in the last resource and not on the first democratic alternative to be able to manage or to handle the protest, to be able to consider the social unrest that exists in this. And for all of these, we have questions like, for example, who has been called to the dialogue, who wants to sit in the table with us, and what are the understandings that we are going to develop to create this dialogue. That is by the government. But that takes us to the second part about what has been the response by the police. And I think that's something that is essential, that is clear, that we have to do a proper analysis of the use of violence by the police and the SMAD. What we are suffering in terms of these protests that have started on April 28th this year is not something new in terms of how this is happening or how we are working, how the police is being affected by this. But instead of this, we are seeing a recent antecedent, that is the one of the protest that we had on 2019, with certain antecedents on the protests of 2005. But what happened in these protests, I believe, is particularly relevant, because from that moment onwards, it was possible to talk about certain patterns of acting by the public forces that can be considered as a systematic situation of violation of the constitutional prerogatives in terms of the protest. And I would like to make a stress to emphasize on the elements that we had on the justice of 2020. That is a sentence that is issued on rate of protection that was presented by different organizations, among them De Justicia, an academicist, and other people. In this rate of action, the police, the justice acknowledges that there are some actions, some patterns from the police, and especially by the SMAT, that constitute different changes on the action that people that are protesting, and especially the right of peaceful protest. These includes the intervention, the systematic intervention and arbitrary intervention of the public forces of administration and protest, stigmatization against those that are going to protest, and the disproportionate use of the violence and to use lethal weapons and other chemical elements and unlawful elements and abusive ones by the public force.
These are patterns that were already proven by the Superior Court of Justice, and that led us to other rulings addressed to face, but especially to avoid the recurrence of this type of violent acts that not only are unfortunate, but these are violations of human rights that we have to turn down as society. In fact, the Supreme Court of Justice aims to help citizens and institutions, and well, they acknowledge that these facts, what they do is undermine the trust that people should have in their institutions. In the context of this new protest that starts on the 28th of April this year, and proving that these patterns keep happening, well, these organizations that presented this class action in 2019 requested of contempt. Is It's a resource that's going to allow a new moment of dialogue to know what we can do to avoid the situation or keep the situation from happening again. But the truth is that there's an underlying question, which is, what does it mean to build institutions for peace and not for war? Because what it seems to happen in Colombia, it's a police that historically has been thought for war, that has been created to pursue drug dealing, but necessarily thought for peace or to build for peaceful solutions of social conflicts. Um, this is about an institution that that even though it has a civil nature, to be honest, has completely militarized and has difficulties, some problems to have a proper follow-up by society, but especially adequate control in matter of constitutional right and legal right. So what this has done to deepen the mistrust, to make it even worse, to make it even worse. But this deep mistrust in the force is especially deepened by the militarizing of other institutions and this organism control another in the country. To those people who are marching, they're not representing enough guarantees of object of non-biased approach with from justice. There's a lack of transparent and solid information by these control organisms, but especially these risks now that come from the fact that these people have suffered violations of rights by their own government. Comptroller's office, the attorney general's office, and the government, all the national, the general attorney, the general controller, and the general prosecutor of the nation. Well, there's a lot of persecution by them, and I'm going to wrap up by highlighting some points about what do we have to do, what do we need to do to get out of this crisis. The first thing is that we need to deepen in what do you understand by right to protest. The protest is a fundamental element for democracy. And of course, this may generate some Um, of course, as our rights, but the truth is that protest is a constitutional right that implies a disruptive element that brings a disruptive element. Not every way of protest is a crime. Actually, it could only if only be done like that. So it depends the democratic response. I think that it's really important, and in the words of the general of the police, to have so much emphasis what are the levels of destruction that the protest has left, but there are no particular mentions about the built-in of physical violence that have been the result of the way in which we have exercised the force by the police, and particularly SMAT. We're not talking about the 43 murders committed by the public force. I believe that that has deep consequences. It wouldn't turn out the violations of human rights that have happened over the last weeks. We are deepening the crisis for democracy. And that's a message that we have to deepen, because otherwise we wouldn't have the conditions for effective democratic talk and dialogue. It's not only about romanticizing the protest and demonizing the police, but yes, we have to acknowledge that we have to fulfill some pacts, and human rights can help us to do so. This is why I believe that to get out of the stress is very special. It's very important to deepen the local democracy. There are some suggestions by different academians there on how we can move in in the deepening of local democracy, and we need for those dialogues that are going to take place to have and to be reflected in institutional responses that need to go, they need to have deep change, especially in the police, and also they need to the independent research um, from human rights associations over the last weeks. So I would like to close with that. Thank you very much for the space for this talk. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. Um, we have a lot of questions, and I'm asking you for people that has written to us. Due to time reasons, we haven't answered. We can't answer the questions, but we'll do the best efforts to include them all. Many questions that connect to the last thing that mentioned Diana for the police. I would like you to ask to be brief and very concise to answer these questions. In the fact that then we can have questions for each one of the panel members, and I would like each one of them to answer. So, general, the question that people is asking us all over in the chat is, if you guys haven't given them these orders that you're telling us, what's going on with the videos that people are seeing in social media? What of that excessive use of force, and how are you managing that within the police? To answer the question that you asked about justice, they asked about justice in some figures, but not having explained the other figures. Yeah, very quickly. I would thank you for the question. Well, the acts that have to be researched or investigated individually, well, because we didn't give them orders. So these are procedures. And fortunately, we have information that it can be investigated in the fastest way possible, transparent and always independent. Here, I'm telling you guys, we have given all the information to the Attorney General's office to do it. It's on the preferent power. So there are responsibilities by each one of these people. There are many public administrations that we have assisted, but thousands of disturbances that have happened in those facts. So there's no systematization. There's no systematization because there are no orders to use the force excessively. Police is undergoing a reform ever 2 months ago with the Congress. I have been the director of 4 months, and Actually, I asked to the Congress of the Republic our petition of reform in human rights and procedures in disciplinary work and cross-cutting of our huge human rights model of the highest level. That's what I'm trying to do right now. Three, regarding the facts last year, that is a clear example. We have taken officers that were responsible of the facts last year with independent investigation from the Attorney General's office. But guys, all the figures, it's not 43 people that have died by the police. The Attorney General's office, which is a completely independent entity from the government and the police, has said that it's 14 cases in which they're related to the protests, and some of them that are going to be clarified will be related to members of the public force. So we want to clarify that and prosecute these people that cause it. So the figures thing is really important to listen to the people that independently and are a part of this, because if you, so the attorney general's office is in charge of investigating homicides or murders in Colombia. So let's let them investigate. We received all the information from the human rights platforms and wait for the procurer's office, the attorney general's office to. We want this to be independent organisms, the prosecutor's office too. We want it. That's what we want. And of to any victim in Colombia, so we send our deepest condolences, our solidarity greeting, and to clarify it as much as possible wherever it comes from. Also to the wounded policemen. We as policemen, we are objects of human rights and want to have a lot of voices in Colombia. And I'm telling this to everyone that please, we are object of human rights, but all the transparency so it can happen, all of it. And for the figures, there are no rulings for disappearances. These are people to be located where all they're locating people all the time. So the narrative in this is very important. And I mean the narrative to a coherent narrative. That can be a narrative to the exercise of human rights for Colombia, Dr. Juliet de Rivero, in which she is assisting all the independent investigation process, and we have our at disposition to do so. And moving and with the reform with the in BID or the Inter-American Bank Development Bank, we want to contribute even more to the proposal that we have sent to the Congress of the Republic of Transformation and Reform of the Police. Thank you. Thank you, General. And well, now the question to the General connects really well with the next question that we have for Diana and Sandra. Is General talks about independent issue, independent murders. Is this a legitimacy and trust issue by an important sector? Um, the first question is how do you guys read this mistrust crisis that we have? It's part of a global trend. Is it part of local processes that are all over the place? And the question is, what institutions do we have in the country in which you can say, hey, these institutions still the people or most citizens see them as legitimate institutions that can mediate and this dialogue and help us to live this legitimacy juncture that we're going through right now. Would you like to start, Diana, Sandra? Diana, go ahead. Well, I can start. Well, the first thing is that I have to say that this mistrust situation and lack of trust in the institutions is not new in Colombia, of course, and it goes back to many years ago, undoubtedly. There are many studies that show that the lack of presence of the state in different regions has made legitimacy to be undermined, and that has a lot of shades on it. Related to the organisms, there has been weaknesses, the weakness that has happened in the control organisms. What happened during this last term of the Ivan Duque with the ombudsman, attorney general's office has naming has been really difficult because these were people that the ombudsman, the attorney general didn't have any type of background. The appointment of these people, the attorney general's office said that a personal friend of the president, but he comes from the previous government and has a managed story history of poor figure management. There are many doubts on how they carry out the figure management within the attorney general's office, not related to the protests, but also related to violations against about human rights violations. Um, so there, everything about methodologies, of course, is key. How we can, or how did the attorney general's office know that it was only about 14 people that were disappeared in the context of the process? We need more clarity. We need more transparency. We need to clearly show what's happened. And I'm going to connect with the answer to to the answer of the general. But a small thing is, yes, it's true. The methodologies count. It's important for us to be more clear about this. But 14 people is a lot. 14 people should say, okay, this can't happen in the context of a protest. That's the police cannot answer like this to protest. 14 people, 14 dead people. If it's 14, if it's not 43, that other organisms like temblors have acknowledged. That's wrong. We have to turn that down. It doesn't make sense in a democratic society in which we need peace, this to happen. Mm, Regarding the institutional weakness that they're suffering right now, of course, there are components of global and regional character in this, of course. For many, many years, people have been talking about the crisis of liberal democracy, the crisis of institutions all over the world. And that's what's fostered the birth of all this leftist, left wing and right wing populism. And most of that global crisis, it's explained precisely because during the consolidation process of these institutions, they were disconnecting themselves from the people's interests and from the people's agenda. But not only that, that something else happened that is even more worrisome, and is that many politicians started to read the service and realize of that mistrust, and they played with that and they do politics with it, and constantly they're building hate speech that doesn't contribute to consolidating transforming institutions to make them better. No, they just want to. Sometimes it looks like a speech with institutions. For example, Donald Trump, that nationalism, almost national socialism, and in both sides of the political spectrum, we see that these hate speeches they're playing. They know uh, how they know that that populism gets you a lot of votes. I'll give you this example. I think that all those people that are aiming for the reduction number of congressmen are aiming to the reduction of the salary of congressmen. The people that are trying to punish the institutions and the political class for not serving the people, well, they're losing sight of the fact that the only thing that institutions do not need in a moment of lack of credibility that is so big right now is to reduce them even more and take more power from them, while we need to transform them. Now, I believe that all international trade has a special chapter in Colombia. Even if you compare the information from Colombia with information for the rest of the region, I have to say that drop in 2012, 2013 was a little hard. And there's there are elements that are bonded to the recent polarization. We saw that at the beginning of the peace process. There are elements that
de las instituciones de
are linked to
reformarse.
the capability of institutions to be able to reform themselves, because in every way they have tried to change structure political parties, change structure the political game to bring them much closer to people. It's the same political class that one that reacts, avoiding for that to happen. Remember that the very same peace agreements pose the possibility of creating a political reform, that there was a mission from experts that recommended particular reforms that were really swift to close that representation gap that we find ourselves in, and that didn't happen. And so I think that there we are not only it's a really dangerous moment, and nourishing that anti-institution speech. And I don't think that will be the solution. All those citizen movement that are constantly looking to provide, for example, vigilance to the Congress, they should be guiding that oversight and not just destroying the reputation of the Congress. Say everyone that they're not working. That's not the problem. The problem is not that they're not working. We have a deeper problem. The information from John Sudansky, these are really, really telling. Once people have put a vote for the representative, they don't even remember who they are because the bond of representation, after they put the vote, it's broken completely in a very quick span of time. So something's happening there. And I think it has to do, and there's maybe it has to do with the institutional design. And I believe they need a institution of so we can face our citizens who are the main subjects of rights and representation. Well, we're going to finish the panel with the last question. Roberto, I would like to connect this. And Sandra, what you were mentioning with poverty, to connect it with the testimonials. And in the morning, there's a lot of young people protesting, and the profile of these people is really particular. This is young people that haven't had access to education. Of course, these people are without jobs. These people are don't feel represented. And what do you believe over the last hours and what's happening with around the world? Where should we focus our efforts, and what are the key points where we have to try to achieve to converge, to achieve a greater growth and reduce the poverty gap? The last year, Colombia saw a dramatic scaling of poverty. We have never seen that. Or the last month, we saw the poverty that people were suffering in 10 years, we saw it in 1 year. People didn't take the protest seriously, it's just for the fact that the technical part of the demands, there hasn't been a representation. We are not seeing what's evident. There are 2.78 million of the people that have entered extreme poverty. Is not having just the grocery shopping that can guarantee your basic human rights. 2.78 million. So people, of course, are unhappy. What I have to do is to separate. Where do we have to go? What do we have to do? The first thing is to understand that it's absolutely reasonable the mistrust of that people have for everything that's happening. I think that the protest, I defined it as a melting pot, and it becomes difficult to do it, to separate the strikes, indigenous march, to separate the march from all other streams. These are all marches and people are unhappy, but each group has different type of demands. So I think that this is really, really fundamental. Necessarily, we have to stop in the way, reflect and reconsider our social preferences. There's a thing that Marta mentions that she said in one moment. I think that she said that in April, May last year, she says, never before we have been face to face to the social, accelerated social change that we're seeing during the pandemic. People were asking for money, like when you go out, things are unsafe. All the places are unsafe. That facing the crisis face to face should is not only about choosing a program, but the best program to mitigate poverty. That's not it. Mm. To face such a horrible as a pandemic. During the political discussion. There, or we had the social preferences that could change the course of things. Thanks to our panel members. General, I apologize, we're short on time. We have 5 minutes to close. 30 seconds. If you give me 30 seconds, we can close. I wanted to ask a favor and just taking advantage of this important forum. Yes. If you can send us your ideas, we want to talk to the young people. We want to talk to Colombia. We want to get back together with Colombia and be all together in peace for this forum to get something so that you guys can help us as police force to create that bond once again with society and strengthening all our acts in a good way and keep in mind. I will later wrap up with that and ask you for that favor. I hope that we get very, very great, good ideas from this forum for the National Police of Colombia. I'd like to thank you for the space. Thank you very much. Of course, General, thank you very much for being here for that last comment. And of course, I mean, people in the Department of Justice, there are a lot of proposals for this to be a bridge so it can exchange of ideas. For the more 400 people are connected with us, thank you very much. Thank you. We know that it's not easy to do this after 5 hours of connection. Of course, it's not easy. To our panel members, thank you for being here with us here amidst of so many events and from everything that's happening and for believing in this space. Thank you very much. We will continue with the International Perspective event. We're going to have people from the WOLA organization. We're going to have people from the Conrad organization, from the American Civil Liberty Unit, and from University of the Rosario. I invite you to stay tuned. Thank you very much for living in this space, and we hope that this is the first of many events where we can do what the general is telling us, to have an exchange of ideas, to achieve what Roberto and Sandra mentioned, to invite us to leave those cliches in which sometimes we fall, and to think deeper how we can achieve the country that we want, the country that we owe to our young people. Thank you to all. Thank you all. We'll see you in a minute. Bye-bye.
Gracias.
Saludo a todos.
going to continue with this forum, Crisis and Conflict in Colombia. For the ones that are with us today, thank you so much for being here, for staying with us this time. This is the fifth session, the session we call International Perspective. My name is Axel Rojas. I'm a professor from the Department of Anthropology of the University of Cauca, and we have in the coordination of the work Lorena Avila from Rutgers. Let me tell you a bit about what is our methodology that we have. Some of them know how this forum has been working. We have 9 guests, Professor Nan Gitlet, Arlene Tigna, internationalist, researcher, and author of different important texts, Jimena Sanchez from Waller, Washington office, and we have Antonia Videla from CIDH. We have Alex Shalom from the American Civil Liberties Union, and we have Stefan Wright from the Foundation Badenauer. Thank you so much to our guests for being here. And along the day, we have been working and we have been talking on the prior sessions on different readings on what has been happening on this work that happened on April the 28th. And we have been able to see some testimonies of what we have done from different voices. After this analysis, after talking about the local and national perspective done in multiple voices, we would like to take advantage of this session to give a perspective, to talk about an international perspective. So we're going to ask you to please do this reading within a context. We had relevance, or we had presence on a possible visit of the IDCH to Colombia. They asked for us to do that. They weren't able, and there has been a lot of mobilization on different expressions and some manifestations of solidarity from different sectors, from the academia, from human rights activists, and different places, and different artists that even have talked about important mentions. And it is clear that the Colombian problem, is read in a different issue on which we know what is happening in the country. On top of that, some people have demanded a visit from United Nations, and the visit we have is that what we can see on the context that we are living in Colombia in this moment. And we would really appreciate if you can help us on this reading. I would appreciate if you can make some short presentation, 10-minute long presentations. And I'm going to dearly ask you to please tell us a bit from where are you talking with us, from which institution, from which work you have been doing, so that the public, the audience that we have can listen about this experience and do the proper presentation. When we have 1 or 2 minutes left, I will interrupt you for a moment, and I will let you know that the time is finishing. Then we have a Q&A session, gathering what the people is asking us. So let's start. We can start with Arlene. Then we can talk with Stefan and Jimena, if it's okay with you, that order. So Arlene, the floor is yours. Thank you and good afternoon. I'm going to connect here first. I want to thank for the organization of this session. I have been listening to you almost all day. I want to thank you for all the testimonies and all the information that has been shared with the public along the day. That has been very important, been very fruitful, and I have learned a lot. I am a professor of international of the University of El Rosario. I work in security and public work, especially focusing on the relationship with the United States. And I'm also working at El Espectador. And considering these panel, what I'm going to try to do is to talk a bit about my knowledge on the international politics and the foreign guys to focus what we are doing within the internationalization in general of the situation of the internal situation of the country, aiming to reach this moment and to talk about different similarities and other types of alliances that we can have. I would like to start telling you that the internationalization of the situation of the country, both in terms of peace and war, considering different crises of human crisis and others, has been ongoing for decades, both for the will of different governments, different Colombian governments, as well as by default by different agreements and international normativities, especially on human rights. And I think that from the government of Uribe onwards, the creation of different narratives as a country has grown as well. Mostly talking about a state on the edge of the failure that was that had a lot of affection or work by the government of the United States and others. They were thinking about the Colombia's success case story in terms of security, and with the Havana Accords was as an example of the negotiation of peace. These, in a great extent, allowed the Santos government to put Colombia in a different manner in the region and around the world, earning the appearance in the first place when they became cooperators, important cooperators, and like the fight against war. But we have a possibility to know as leaders, the president having this position in the world. In the lesser extent, it was a respectful country of the human rights. Even though Santos are trying to be alien to their critics about this. And when Ivan Duque took the presidency, when we had the implementation of the peace accords, along with increasing the political violence against social leaders and former combatants, I think that we can say that the communication that we had from Colombia, especially in the prior government, came some kind of a cognitive dissonance, which has become worse with the increase of the brutality and some other fights. With this, I want to tell you that if it was hard in the past to understand what was happening in Colombia, now, considering the complexities that are worse, especially on considering what Axel has said, I think that Colombia has earned visibility around the world, but is not such a visible country as others, with which we have the different representations and different explanations that are simple and naive at the time of trying to render accounts of what is happening in the country. And I believe that the current situation has had different explanation, but have been incomplete as well. I want to talk about something that I have seen in the media and some discussions, even academic discussions on the matter. First, the protest as a rejection to neoliberalism and as a signal of the erosion of the democracy, as it has been mentioned in the prior panel. Basically, this is attested by the most recent protest against the unpopular tributary reform. Also, as a protest against the frustration of the non-implementation of the Havana Accords. And that effectively talks about part of what is happening, but not necessarily or everything. There are some voices around this topic. And third, the protest as something that has had ended up becoming vandalism and terrorism, and narrative that we don't like. To me, it's kind of worrisome, but in some context had some kind of traction. Also, the deterioration of the democratic part, the veering towards authoritarianism and the state forces. This is something that we see in these international narratives. And when we think about international accompaniment, that was one of the questions that we had for this panel, that the same as the effort of the Duque government to sell their own version of what is happening. I'm thinking, for example, in Pacho Santos, the ambassador in Washington, saying that the protest at the Bolívar Square is something paramount to the seizure of the capital of January 6. The Guild Council, in fact, was issuing a memo to the international players where they are not referring to the legitimacy of these in terms of the murders and the people that have died. Martha Lucia Ramirez, as we're going to see, also she was just appointed a chancellor, and she started her tour to tell this narrative. So the most important thing in these terms is try to explain to the world what is the situation that we are living in Colombia, considering all the nuances and considering the evidences. In the prior panel, we talked about the importance of explaining based on empirical evidence against this degree of disinformation and the conflict narratives quite often. This type of information based on evidence it appears of the largest importance among the responsibilities that I can associate with the academia and with the media, the local media that were not doing their proper work. We have these responsibilities. Second, the accompaniment has to be considered beyond thinking about explanations, understandable explanations of the situation. It has to be considered in terms of different players and different levels, from the national governments, local governments, international organisms, and the different entities or agenda, the NGOs, the media, and the mass media as a whole. Considering the time that is finishing, I would like to talk about one of them, that is the United States. My belief is that the government, Duque government, is trying to avoid different claims and different elements that have been considered from the national group in terms of the peace accords on the political violence, and considering also the police brutality that we have seen in these protests. At the beginning, we were mentioning the Human Rights Commission were checking the human rights problem that we have in the country, a request that hasn't been uh, effectively answered by the government yet. And though, as we have had the counterpart, the most important counterpart and more influential one that has been the United States, it's really difficult to move forward to have different positions in this follows. So the next week we are going to have Martha Lucia Ramirez, the new chancellor and vice president, is traveling to something that we call an accountability to what have been growing criticisms from the United States Congress. Some Democrats that have been quite worried, the NGO and academia, and a lesser extent, unfortunately, the White House and the House Department. Even though the support that we have had and that is requested to be reduced or cancelled, I'm sure that in some of the talks that we're going to have in Washington, the message is going to be tough and is going to be striking, because evidently the Biden's government is worried about what is currently happening in Colombia. I think that the concern in some cases like the one that we have in Israel and Hamas recently is talking about a preference that we have in this moment on moving in a more private manner, working with these controversies. But there is no doubt that it is creating some noise and concerns inside the White House. And one way in which we can make these concerns more open is to continue working with organizers and other key elements to know about their requests on what is happening in Colombia. and aiming to avoid losing the oomph or the traction that we have had in the visibility, in the long visibility, or as you want to call it, of the situation that we are having. And for this, I think that from different sectors of the civil society in Colombia, they have to take advantage of the different strategic alliances that we have and different counterparts, and in many other parts of the world concerning topics like human rights, where we have been working for decades already. So the experience that we have accumulated in terms of strategic alliances of the civil society, I believe that is an essential platform to continue deepening into the different tentatives of making visible what is happening. Time, Arlene, and I'm wrapping up with this, the political violence and this protest and the others, and the racial profiling that we have had and we have been able to discuss along the day. The similarities that we have in the United States will pave the way to different potential elements like the movements like Black Lives Matter. And with this, I'm wrapping up with some elements I'm considering that it's important to think about international alliances, strategic alliances that can empower more what we have in the civil society in specific terms of the political reform. General Vargas, we were listening to him some moments ago on the reports of the police, what the police has sent to, and police reform of the reports that we have nowadays in Colombia is something that cannot be considered or thought from the political institution or from the government itself. It's essential to think effectively about some conversation bridges regarding this essential element. And for these, I believe that some experiences and some knowledges can be important as well. And with this, I'm finishing. Thank you so much. Thank you, Arlene, professor of the Universidad del Rosario. And we started with, I was mentioning Antonio from CIDH, who hasn't been able to be with us today. And I'm sorry I didn't mention Alex Shalom. Alex is part of the American Civil Liberties Union, who is with us today. To Alex, I would like to give the floor, and for term, when Alex talks, I would like to make the change to the channel in Spanish for the ones that want to listen the translation. So after listening to Charlene's, we're going to listen to Estefan from the Konrad Adenauer Foundation. So Axel, thank you so much. Greetings from the connection. I'm connecting from Bogota in Colombia. The Konrad Adenauer is a Democrat element that has German word. We have a German seat, and we are working in over 100 countries in the world. In most of the countries, but Ecuador, Paraguay, El Salvador, and in Colombia, we are from the 60s, 70 years working on this, and we have the main mission is to think in Germany and around the world to strengthen the democracy, to work with human rights, sustainable development, always trying to train young people to strengthen the participation, the civil participation. And currently in Colombia, we have projects of increasing the incidents, peaceful incidents of the work. At least I think it's an essential part of what we're doing. And obviously some elements like the support of the peace process, some other topics that we are handling a lot is the migratory crisis. We are working with the migration and integration of 1,600,000 Venezuelan people. And some other topic that is moving us a lot is the discussion that we have that is an economic and social model that effectively helps for the people to be more equitative. As you know, Germany, we talked a lot about this market, and we talk about a model for the future of Colombia. So I have been here for a year, 1 year in pandemic. I was have been visiting this place some time ago, and we see the current situation in Colombia with a lot of concerns. You see a vicious circle and violence from all the parts, from violence culture in the country, like the vicious cycle of confidence, of a lack of mechanisms of peaceful solution and negotiation. And that is our concern. Along the day, I was feeling the discussion some hours late before listening to the different perspectives, both in young people in Cali, of the director of the National Police, and they depend on the situation of the work situation that we have when we started in Colombia. We have like a different perspective, and what we are seeing is like the last week I was writing a report for German, and I was thinking, well, how can I present this report? It's something very difficult. I was working here with a lot of organizations from all around the wide gamut of organizations that we have in Colombia, in Bogota, but we also have some sectors of safety that are working in safety in Colombia, and you receive messages from all around. And what I see and what we perceive is like two different elements that are moving. The first one is the mistake that the government did at the beginning of criminalizing the legitimate protest as vandalism, as terrorism, and focusing only on the public safety and public order. And it weren't considering the legitimate demand, the social demand that hasn't been considered for decades. First, that's the first one, like to consider these elements. Also, we had different elements of this narrative. Is a narrative that we are being killed, that this is Colombia. The state has started fighting against civil work. And that if we focus on these and we only focus on the violence, on the police, on the acts that are happening, that without a doubt are happening, and some of them cases that have been demonstrated for this, but we come to the error to think that there is a narrative that is not the proper one. We have to acknowledge that within the Pacific protest, we have criminal elements. We have some interest of criminal groups, drug dealers, cartels. The out in part and in Cali, we were seeing this as well. Part of the guerrilla, of the urban guerrilla. These are some elements that are important too. When we were discussing the numbers, I believe that each one of them is really dreadful. We have the numbers of the different uh, elements that we had that were telling us that we were almost in the 50 and hundreds of people injured. We have, they said that we have 14 cases. We are lacking transparency, but every day counts for us. It's really sad to lose lives in this. I think that the protest is a cocktail of different crises that we have. Of course, the crisis of the pandemic, the health, in connection with a deep social crisis, and this crisis that works with a migratory crisis as well, where Colombia is taking and accepting responsibility with 2 million Venezuelans that are accepting, receiving, and we are lacking support for this uh, tremendous task. And this connected with a social demand, with the inequality that is a topic that has been there for ages. Colombia is one of the most unequal countries in the world, and the increase of unemployment in the pandemics. And we see that the tax reform was only one part that was adding to all of these. So where are we now? That I guess that we have these items, we have the situation, and I think that it's more in the center. I'm not sure we see a systematic policy of different abuses or the use of excessive force. I think it's more on terms of training. As the director of the police said, obviously he's not talking about orders, about the training of human rights, but it's not like a systematic topic. But in many cases, many different cases, and we have to investigate them and there is an accompaniment of the national parties. As it was mentioned, talking about justice, we are missing or what we need is confidence, trust between the different players, and the confidence that we are missing when we had a dialogue, and afterwards we say that we had a national dialogue that was considered and was giving tangible results. So we have this lack of confidence, and I think that the international players can play an essential role on considering the negotiations on the different institutions, the church, UN, and I guess that we as a foundation, international foundation, had a great trajectory in Colombia, and we can offer also some dialogue platforms, and we can work and we can bring people to the table that usually were not talking. And that is something that I heard a lot often. Everybody's moving in their own bubbles. They are receiving messages, people from their bubble, and this is reflected often in the networks as well. They receive the news that are believing, and the country is becoming more and more polarized. Each part is justifying some violence with the violence of the other, and there's something that we have to uh, change no matter what, because each life that is lost in this is one more life. So to wrap up on the international perspective, we are on a very unstable place, especially talking about the case of Venezuela and talking about the perspective that we had. They have been a partner, an essential partner, a democratic partner, and a stability anchor on the region. And that is the risk that we have in Colombia. We cannot enter a vicious circle of violence and chaos because they are a key partner for Europe, for the democratic world, in a very complex world that is heavily antagonist with different elements, with multilateral elements and others, and authoritarian. And I think that we deserve the international support and the international support to clarify the different items, the different cases of violence that happened, and also on the accompaniment of the negotiations and the guarantees that everything that we have from these can be properly implemented and have many other elements considering the crisis and specifically the migratory crisis. In Germany in 2015, we received 1 million of refugees from Syria, and that cost a lot. That was a huge impact for us, but Colombia received like twofold, and not being a country as rich as other countries. I guess that with the policy of legalization of migrants, this is an important step, and I think that the government was expecting more support with this policy, and I guess it's about time to have the support reaching Colombia. And I guess that will be all for now. Thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you, Stefan. So we are going to continue with Jimena Sanchez from the Washington office in Latin America. Jimena, welcome. Thank you so much for being with us. The floor is yours. Thank you to all of you. I am Jimena Sanchez. I'm an activist of human rights, and I work for the office in Washington of Latin American Affairs. Despite having the name of Washington, well, it's an independent organization that doesn't receive any kind of funding from the United States that have been established because we need to monitor and to make incidents on the human rights, peace, and democracy.
In Latin America, taking a look at the tools that we have, automatic tools between the United States and these countries. The Colombian program has been around for more than 20 years. And before the pandemic, I used to travel to Colombia for 5 to 10 times to the year to the conflict zones, especially all the Pacific region, but also Antioquia, Magdalena, and all these regions um, around Venezuela, Catatumbo, and all of that. The way we work together with all our human rights platforms, ethnic African American, African Colombian communities, indigenous communities, and we highlight the voices and recommendations of the Congress. We take congressmen there. Basically, that's what we do. So from my perspective is not academic, so I hope to clarify that. But doing this work and being here in Washington, especially over the last weeks, have been a little crazy. Well, what's happened? First, we need to understand that the relationship between United States and Colombia is really tight, really particular. As Professor Irene mentioned, there are bonds that have to do with international cooperation. The United States has given more than $10 billion, especially in aid, in security, to the armed forces in Colombia. There's a component, assistance component, um, social and economic that into 2016 changed under Obama, and it's called Paz Colombia. That despite we changed presidents, well, our Congress that are going to strengthen human rights, African, Colombian, indigenous, and a whole series of things. The United States has a really, really, really tight relationship with Colombia in terms of of anti-narcotic laws. So Colombia has been the country with the most extradited people due to drug trafficking to the United States. Colombia has a business relationship. Free trade agreement between Colombia and the United States was one of the most controversial stories. It was frozen in the Congress of the United States for 5 years, precisely because there was a concern about the huge number of murders of social leaders in Colombia, asking about parliamentary politics and other questions. The relationship that led us to an action plan between the United States and Colombia, and that both countries have to fulfill. There's a racial component about African Colombians and Native Colombians in the United States, indigenous people in Colombia that involve more than 13 agencies from the United States and many other things. So it's a really tight relationship. Also, there's a particular aspect, the economic part of Colombia is not much about what the United States says. This is something that's happened. Well, what's happened, right? All of this happened that ever in 2028, just noticing that from a point of view, this came from a long time before, for what we mentioned before, in which 2019 wasn't managed well, where the process situations and the complaints and dialogues, and much less the police reforms that should have happened back then. This really struck all of these subjects about the pandemic, and also they added that to non-compliance of many of the structural reforms that have given so much expectation with the peace process, mainly everything that has to do with the ethnical part, everything that has to do with the obligations with the people that eradicated coke or poppy plant, that ended to demobilized ex-rebels. So what we've seen, there was a cocktail of other things that happened, the murder of social leaders, etc. Duque government that doesn't want to negotiate in anywhere or other with the ELN, and that didn't give any priority to the topics of African indigenous people in the rural part in the country. So basically, everything has happened. Well, what we've done? Well, we've taken actions. Um, the United States in this relationship wants to stop the violence that's happening in Colombia, dismantle the level of violence and the polarization that's happening in Colombia, to play a constructive role so there can be some kind of dialogue that can be reviewed. Also, the United States doesn't fund the SMAT, the anti-riot force. They fund the military, and there are training and things with the police, but there are even there are North American companies that are providing the ammo. These are private companies. This is not the American government, and they have asked the Congress to review that. Why are they using weapons in a lethal way when it's not for that use of other ways and such and such? So this balancing act in Colombia, no one denies that, and that's terrible. But we, as people that are looking at the United States, we're looking at the responsibilities, the state responsibility. So if I'm talking about this, this means that we're seeing what are the international standards that state, the rule of law state should have in these situations. Doesn't mean that, for example, that should justify violence, right? And other things. And our government and the administration Biden has been really weak. There were 2 or 3 tweets the Department of State that didn't say a lot, but 5 members of our Congress did put that in the Senate, Senator Nelly, and have started to see what they can do to solve the situation. And 5 minutes ago, the Representative McGovern has tweeted and has mentioned that Colombia should let this visit enter outside of the American Commission of Human Rights. So what do we think that's needed? Well, first, we need to have more visibilization of this subject. We have learned in a very ugly way that peace is really fragile and that obviously the decisions of many of the international communities have started looking somewhere else or was a bad idea. A double to advance with other transition and peace agenda, which was due to that tension shift, the visibility over Colombia hasn't been here in the US. What has been here, the Duque administration with the United States is the situation in Venezuela. United States and Colombia are partners in the Venezuela field, where Colombia plays a key role of humanitarian studies. Colombia plays to solve that the situation that has happened in the last 3 weeks. It's been like, let's call it a pot full of rotten food that lid has been taken off, and now everyone's seeing what's happening, right? There, of course, the system has a lot of failures, a lot of flaws, but we're in a much better situation than we were 20 years ago, with the possibility of looking for solutions to all the other problems. So we need to go back to that, and especially all the ethical part, where the United States played a key role. We have the 55 members in our African Congress, our African American Congress. The last thing is that there needs to be a debate between the modern police, and I'm not talking only about Colombia, I'm talking about the US, Brazil, and see how things have changed, how the police force has changed
que son realmente para guerra.
regarding the use of weapons for war, this doctrine of an internal enemy. We need to have this huge debate, and I believe that the United States and Colombia can help each other in this situation really well. Just to close, the dialogue, it's really important, but I believe that this is a multi level situation of a regional affairs. and his dialogue with the strike committee is perfect. We need to have those aspects in different parts and different places of society. So I believe that we should help each other as much as possible. Thank you. Thank you, Jimena. Thank you so much. Well,
Con Alex Shalom. Alex pertenece a la American Civil Liberties Union. Quienes quieran escuchar a Alex en
whoever wants to hear Alex in Spanish,
en la parte inferior de su pantalla, que
and
aparece un globo terráqueo allí, y marcar español para poder escucharle.
said in Spanish so you can hear the translation.
Muchas gracias por acompañarnos.
Alex, thank you for being here with us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Axel. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm sorry for the people that have to listen to me translated from English to Spanish. As I said to one of the organizers, my ability to communicate in English is mediocre, but in Spanish it's basically non-existent. So I'm sorry for that. My name is Alex Shalom, and I work for the American Civil Liberties Union of New Jersey, which is the state affiliate for the National American Civil Liberties Union, which is an NGO, a nonprofit organization that has been around since 1920 to protect the constitutional rights of people in the United States. I spend a lot of my time, much of my time, trying to figure out how to address police violence and how to respond to increase accountability for police who use violence, transparency so the public can understand violence, and ultimately ways we can prevent the police from using violence. And so that's what I've been asked to talk about today, trying to kind of contextualize some of these accountability tools that we've utilized, sometimes well and sometimes poorly, in the United States. I think the first thing that's worth saying is that police violence has been around for as long as police have been around, and sometimes there's more and sometimes there's less. But the other thing that happens is that sometimes we see it more. And so famously in the United States in 1991, Los Angeles police officers brutally beat Rodney King, setting off a serious reaction around the country for months and years, in fact. Rodney King was not the first person to get beaten by the Los Angeles Police Department. He was the most recent person to get beaten when someone had a video camera nearby. And that was the game changer, not the violence that the police put forth, but the way that it came to the world. And increasingly, we are seeing more and more police violence, not necessarily because there is more and more police violence, but because cell phones are so ubiquitous, because cell phones are everywhere. Some police officers are also wearing body cameras or having cameras mounted to their cars. We are seeing more incidents of this. So the George Floyd murder in Minneapolis from last year, again, wasn't different in kind from other police violence, but it's becoming public was. And that is, I think, on its own an accountability tool, being able to better document the way police go about their everyday business is an accountability tool. And so one thing to think about is, can we mandate either that police wear cameras that record their behavior, which is, I think, an expensive and tricky proposition, also relates to a lot of kind of surveillance concerns. So there are policy questions that go into that. But are there protections for people who are out there filming the police? Are there constitutional protections? Is it illegal for police to tell someone not to film them? Those sorts of protections, I think, are accountability tools on their own. Another thing that we've been thinking about a lot in the United States is the use of what we call use of force reports, where whenever police engage in an act of violence, whether it's justified or not, anything more than putting handcuffs on a person, they have to document it. They have to write it down. And so if they say, I chased the person down and I tackled him in an effort to arrest him, the police need to document that. And a supervisor can review it to determine whether the police officer used an appropriate amount of force or excessive force. And one thing that these use of force reports have been good for is in New Jersey, for example, we've been able to catalog those use of force reports so we can see for an individual police officer, is that police officer using force, using violence more than his peers, more than her peers? And if so, why is that? And so we have a whole database that allows us to see that, this officer uses his baton far more often. This officer kicks people far more often, and this officer shoots people far more often. And that sort of comparative analysis is both useful for the public to know who is policing them and how, but also useful for supervisors. And one thing that police executives have told me is they want to have what they call early warning systems. They want to know early on whether there's an officer who's particularly prone to violence. And if so, they want to be able to intercede before that officer shoots someone or commits a gross abuse of human rights. And so these sorts of early warning systems are useful, but you need to be able to feed the data set to make it work. And then just one point on recording, whether it's through body cameras or cell phones, the policy around it matters. Just providing the equipment doesn't do anything. Just providing the equipment is providing greater surveillance abilities to police departments, and that doesn't serve to protect civil liberties unless you have mechanisms to ensure that the public gets access to those recordings in order to hold the police accountable. So just a quick example, there was a murder by police in Chicago, and the police officer said the young man went for his knife. And the public said, we don't think that's what happened. We don't think that's what happened. And a newspaper said, we want to see the video of the killing. The young man who was killed was named Laquan McDonald. And it took a year from the time Mr. McDonald was murdered by police until the police department released the video. The day they released the video, the officer was charged with murder. Until they released the video, the police department was totally content to protect him, to leave him on the force, to do nothing, because it was the public pressure that brought about the accountability. And so surveillance without policies for transparency does not bring about accountability. Yeah, I know my time is waning, so I want to just hit one more big point, which is we've been thinking a lot about models for external oversight of police. We have come to believe that the police cannot police themselves. Having a robust internal affairs department might be helpful on the margins, but if you have a police department that is intent on perpetrating violence, we need external oversight. And so that takes different forms. I know in Colombia, there's an office of the ombudsman, and in the United States, we've talked about civilian review boards. But with all of them, I think there's a common theme, which is, again, the office, the existence of some sort of external oversight is insufficient unless it has certain critical elements. It is, in fact, harmful. If you have a bad oversight system, it provides what I might want to call accountability feeder. It makes the public think there's accountability when in fact accountability is denied. And so I want to tick off 8 features of a good external oversight. The person in charge or the people in charge have to have the buy-in, the support of communities. So in the United States, we've talked a lot about having community groups, having NGOs endorse the people rather than having the police department or the president or the governor or whomever pick the person who's in charge of the oversight. It needs to have the support of communities. The group needs to have the authority to look not just at individual cases, but also at broad practices and policies, to audit those policies to determine if they comport with the norms we want them to. But they also need to have the broad ability to review individual complaints. And they have to be able to do that in a way that protects the identity and the safety of people who make complaints, because people aren't going to come to the office of the ombudsman if they think that information is going to get to the police ultimately. And so maybe that means accepting anonymous complaints or third-party complaints, or else just some serious and meaningful protections for the identity of the complainants. But the authority also has to have an independent investigative authority. They have to be able to compel the police department to provide documents or to provide testimony. It can't be, please give us information. It has to be, we have the authority to demand information from us. Tell me what happened on this day. Provide me the video, provide me the reports, things like that. A feature that we've seen in the United States is we have some boards that have all of those features. They can do great investigations, and then they make a recommendation of discipline, and the police department ignores it. So they're told this officer is a rogue officer. He's perpetrating violence at a great rate. And in this instance, it was unjustified. We think he should be suspended or fired or whatever. And the police chief says, thanks for your input. I'm doing nothing. That is also problematic. So there needs to be a method to ensure that discipline sticks. There needs to be secure funding of the office, whatever it is, the ombuds office, and the best way to do that is to link the funding for that office to the funding of the police department as some percentage. So as spending for policing goes up, spending for oversight goes up. As spending for police goes down, spending for oversight goes down. To do otherwise is to allow the budgetary process to drain the oversight board of any meaningful oversight. Another thing that I think is important is we have to make sure we're providing due process for the police officers. We don't want to turn the Office of the Ombudsman or the Civilian Oversight Board into a group of marauding folks with pitchforks out to get police officers. We want to make sure it's a fair process and provides real oversight. Last piece, and I know I've been speeding through these, but I'd say the eighth feature would be transparency. We need to have a way to hear from the Office of the Ombudsman that, you know, what they did, what they looked at, what their conclusions were, what they considered. And that's the only way that the office will ultimately have credibility among the public as providing a real meaningful amount of accountability. So I think with that, I'll thank the organizers and happy to take questions when that time comes.
Muchas gracias a ti, Alex.
Thank you all for your presentation. You bring a series of elements that are key for the debate we have had all throughout today. There are many elements of what was posed by panel members, and this input for the session. I would like to take some concepts and connect them to some of the questions that people have asked us. On the one hand, we have heard the importance that the international community has in terms of the ways in which the crisis should be accounted for, in the way to look for some exits and ways towards the future. So to that end, there are some elements. So for example, the assistance, surveillance, the international system, and their international rights. A question will be if we start thinking in terms of responsibility that the international community has with the crisis. So this means not only with the search of exit paths with the crisis, but what caused the crisis, to which these anti-drug policies in the case of the United States, for example, or these international trade policies in the cases of the free trade agreements that have been signed, have led to this crisis, right? So they have favored in one way or another the crisis. And on the other hand, there's a question that comes when I hear your interventions, and it's to what point this Colombian elite and the national government that Jimena mentioned cares so much what this American government thinks and the political class of the United States thinks. Why now, in some contexts, they do not listen to what this American political class is saying, because they're condemning these acts. So there are some questions related to what's going to happen, and it was how this situation can evolve. I don't know, Arley can help us with this question. How can this situation evolve? Thinking about the Colombian situation and the relationship with the international community, how do you think that this could evolve with the information that we have at our disposal? And how could this situation evolve with what you have been able to see with the heat of the moment? Well, I believe that it depends of what international counterpart we're talking about. So that's an important part. I mean, as a general premise, or if it's a state stakeholder, state actor, or international entity, well, we cannot only to offer and oversee what's happening, because it depends on the Colombian state to extend some type of requests and to accept the offers of good good tasks, when we want to create some kind of mediation of communication between the government and the parties that are participating in the protest. And I see this really as a very remote possibility, to be honest, because first is against the narrative of the government, but also it will be admitting, um, the government will admit the lack of legitimacy and the lack of governance that we have in the Duque government. So I don't think they're going to have to accept that. I don't think that's going to happen. That's in the overview from what I see. On the American side, I would like to take advantage of this opportunity to react to what you've asked, and Jimena can reinforce and elaborate in this regard. The closeness to the United States is not closeness as a generous closeness. No, traditionally, it's been much more close to the Republicans and with Democrats, despite the fact that many policies, American policies, as we know in Colombia, these are bipartisan policies. But when a new president comes under elections in the United States, the question always is, um, uh, and sadly, what is better for a Republican, the response by the media and many leaders is just Republicans' policies are better. And I think that closeness to this politicality, and the public force with the Republicans. So I think that is not across the board. And the governments don't pay attention to that, to the Democratic, and also depending on what happened. And well, just thinking about this, I see difficult times coming in the relationship that's happening, because the change of president, well, it has a consequence in distancing from the White House with difficult subjects in the national Colombian life, as the implementation of the agreement, the defense of human rights, and anti-drug policies that, even though if Biden is not making dramatic changes, if he's open to the possibility of this policy to change, and he's not insisting, for example, in obligations. So I believe that this is something that plays against the possibility of Duque's government of changing the chip in the United States currently, and to convince that what we're seeing here is vandalism, terrorism, is just blockades and the illegitimate use of force by protesters, which I believe that for the United States to hard to make his measures against the country even harder. And the responsibility, evidently, there's responsibility from the state. Of course, the global structures undoubtedly are responsible in one way or another of multiple problems that we see in Colombia, but to many other parts of the world, not only in the south but in the north. So just to suppose that the international community generically is going to assume that responsibility, well, I think that um, it within this structured logic, well, I don't think they agree too much, because there's a lot of inequality in the country. Things happen for a reason.
Thank you, Arlene. So I want to take advantage of this moment, what the Jimena was telling us, or to link these what we have. We don't have too many too long time to finish what we are talking. So maybe, I don't know, if you can tell us in a couple of minutes, in 1 or 2 minutes, your perspective on this responsibility in this case, a specific case of the United States, of the government of the United States, on a search for to leaving this crisis beyond the immediate accompaniment? How can we work with that?
Totalmente de acuerdo con Arlene.
Well,
La
I
relación
totally agree with Arlene.
vista de los políticos estadounidenses
First of all, the perspective of the
luego de Colombia
politicians
es diversa, no es
from the Congress is
es cierto
diverse.
que Colombia utiliza mucho esta
Colombia is using a lot of these to move its agenda.
narrativa. Ahora
And I think that they are not going to change the narratives. They were saying that it was because of the criminals and on Venezuela. It was adapting, it was affecting the narrative, and it was changing it too.
fácilmente.
And I think that they are not going to assume it easily. I guess that they are just going to assume it for the good or for the worse if there is a huge effort by the United States community in stressing the fact that there has to be a co-responsibility in everything that happens in Colombia. There is a legislation that is asking for this proper monitoring of these and everything that we are doing.
Tienen que haber esas voces
And we need to have those voices of the civil society as well. And
que
the financial sector has also the stability that is not working um, all only with the soft terms, but we need a longer approach. And it's something that we are living in long America. We have TLAs all in America, and the pandemic has shown that. A lot of people that is happening in Colombia, in Latin America, we have elements that cannot be solved with the same dynamics that we had before. The situation is entirely different, and the last thing that we need is to stop having inequities, and that's what I believe that we should do. Thank you so much, Jimena. Now, Stefan, I have a question that is posed for the concrete case of Germany and is taking into account the current situation in Germany. What do you think it would be the participation of the German government in the search of some elements in Colombia? From the beginning, Germany has supported the peace process. We have worked with these, and it has been one of the few processes that has done that. And we have been great partners of Colombia for these. But I think that the role of Germany could be like these dialogue tables doing providing accompaniment. It would be pretty much, as we said before, is not talking about blacks or whites. That we have a lot of gray areas, and we have the brutality from the police and the excessive use of the force, but we also find violence on the other hand. The blockages is something, the blockage of one day is a legitimate media of we had, and we had a siege in some cities. That is a problem not anymore. We wouldn't support that, but we as Germany, the embassy, what we can do is that we can try to join the negotiation process to get along with them, with the international elements, to provide support and warranties. But in the end, we are talking about a conflict in Colombia and of the Colombians. So Colombian people themselves, they have to find an exit of this vicious cycle of the violence, also with support and verification of the international partners, but considering the conflict, the negotiation itself, and the change of the posture, being able to listen to the other is something that we effectively have to do. Thank you very much, Stefan. And to wrap up, Alex, you told us about some experience that you had in the United States related with the unlawful use of the force and the elements to regulate this. So the question would be, how could we reach this type of vigilance, of surveillance? How can we work with these, with the effective use of these mechanisms of the police and the use of force? Because we are sharing the validity, the relevance of these elements, but how can we reach those elements? How can we make them institutionalized? How can we do that?
Yeah, so what we've seen in the United States is that it's a political question, and there's deep hesitancy from the kind of political elites to do anything to disrupt the status quo. Until things like the murder of George Floyd galvanize a protest movement. I mean, the protests after George Floyd's murder in Minneapolis, St. Paul were the second largest civil unrest in United States history. And so that has spurred some people to work, to want to make change, to be open to the possibility of change. And so, as is always true with social movements, entrenched powers rarely want to give up what has been working for them until they think it's untenable for them not to. And I think building the political power to say we need these sorts of police reforms is critical. There was a question in the Q&A that let me just kind of briefly answer, which was about how can we legalize the use of video taken by civilians on cell phones in court proceedings. I think that's what the question was, at least. In the United States, it is admissible, but one problem that we've had historically is that police know that and therefore seize cell phones, step on them, delete videos. And so to respond to that, we actually developed an app that if you knew you were going to be witnessing police violence or some sort of police interaction, you could videotape using this app. And when the app was closed, the video would get sent to the ACLU automatically. There was nothing a police officer could do to prevent it from being sent. And we actually developed the idea after a case that I was handling where the police abused a young woman and she had video of it and they deleted it. And we thought, well, this would have been a much stronger case if we had video proof that we could have used in court. But so at least under our court rules in the United States, that is admissible. And the question is, how do you then protect the integrity of the evidence? And I think there are technological solutions to that problem.
Muchas gracias, Alex.
Thank you so much, Alex. Well, thank you so much to all our panelists, to Arlene, Stefan, Jimena, Alex. It has been really fruitful and really enriching meeting for us. And as I said at the beginning, we had a long talk on the different perspectives in a local and national environments. And this helps us to think, how can we do this exercise of learning? How can we create different responses to the people? And how can we understand also how to be part of this community in terms of these living and the responsibilities of the different implications that we have at the local level. Thank you so much again. Remember that in a couple of minutes we have closure, small space, and we are going to leave it like that for now. And again, thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Hola, buenas tardes a todos. No es en unos minutos, yo creo que de una vamos
Hi,
a...
good afternoon. I guess that we are going to do this closing session now. My name is Maria Alejandra Vélez. I'm a professor of the Universidad de los Andes from Colombia. I'm part of the organizing committee. I was the one in charge of doing this closure that has been so difficult after all these reflection hours that I'm going to read some words that I have been gathering along the day. I would like to start telling you to thank all the guys, all the people, ladies and gentlemen, that were with us, the participants, the panelists, and the organizing committee for this huge effort that we had on President HIFO, on different professors and students from different universities. And thank you so much for the confidence, for giving us some final reflections that haven't finished yet. I have tried to take down as many notes as possible. And when we started working with these, some people said that we were having only one-sided voices, and the others were saying, why did we invite the others? I think that's part of the problem that we have. To pose the discussion, always thinking, whose side are you on? The focus of these was to give a voice to the people that had to go to the street, precisely because their voices, their demands, their concerns haven't been heard enough. And the streets, as David said this morning, of the Museo Popular de Siloé, are the common venue of the social protest. At the same time, it's also important to listen to representatives of some places that are concerned by the responsibilities of the demonstrations, and they were here as well. So I tried to wrap up with some initial thoughts coming from what I kindly was able to listen to. First, as it's May the 21st, as we are working with the abolishing of the slavery, I want to talk about the demands of the Black, indigenous, and peasant group that have been part of these mobilization demonstrations with a specific calling. Using the words of Vicenta Moreno, she said, it cannot be normal that the black people die prematurely. Cannot be normal that the people from the black people is the first frontier. It cannot be that we don't acknowledge the contributions to the construction of the country. And these, we get different policies that solve the problems that we have on the structural work that we have to continue denouncing and fighting. As Victor Moreno said, the demonstration committee doesn't get the information from the African and indigenous group. For example, regulation of the Act 70. That's why it is necessary to have regional dialogues as well. A crucial element that we had is the importance of acknowledging the role of the indigenous guard in the national demonstration, the national strike, and they have protected their humanitarian corridors. Their peaceful work hasn't been acknowledged nor valued, and instead it has been stigmatized. The indigenous guard in Calais was attacked, and this has to be clarified as well. Who are the civilians that are armed? Second, even though in recent decades we have had some improvements in benchmarks, the inequality, as Roberto Angulo said, is something that we cannot defend. As Galvez said, this social explosion was coming. And we have a lot of reasons to protest, but one of them is the unemployment of the young people. Here we have an opportunity of the private company to work with innovations. Therefore, and as Esteban Piedrahita said this morning, we cannot celebrate for the closure of companies due to the pandemics and others, because then the crisis will be worse and then the poverty. And we're not talking about large companies, but we are talking about the small companies, as Herman Barragan said from Fundación Corona. But as Victor said, because everything is very complex, they cannot stigmatize the representatives. It's not their fault that the companies are having bankrupt. The private sector has to understand that the people that is outside that hasn't had a formal job, they have to feel that the big and small sectors are working towards the social request. Because if they don't feel that the size of the cake is properly represented, we're going to keep the tensions. A third part comes with the shapes, the voices that we heard, students, grassroots organizations, and others that have manifested peacefully with cultural expressions, and they reject the violent work and the violent actions. However, there are difficult tensions, like for example with the blockages. Even though not all of them are the same, they are peaceful ones and they are violent that cannot be justified. But some voices are asking if the blockages uh, could have the possibility of listen to these voices. This doesn't mean to legitimize the blockages, but we have to understand that maybe we have just heard these because the social and economic costs have been steep. In the other hand, when we hear that this is something unsustainable and we have to come back to normalcy, Anna Maria, a student from Pereira, said, "What normalcy?" The ones from the guys from first line that they say that they eat better now on the strike than before the strike. How do we answer to them? For these demands, we need to have short-term responses to reach a consensus that the blockages are unsustainable. The voices that are here are rejecting violence, vandalism, repression, but also we have to make a calling without justifying, of course. But we have to ask, what type of society do we have? What are we doing in society, because there are some people that systematically believe there is nothing to lose and the only retort is violence. As several people said, we have to clarify the work of criminal groups to determine that in certain moments of the strike they use the social tension. A fourth element, and almost to wrap up because it's quite long what I'm saying, the denouncers on the unlawful legitimate use of the force by the police are not isolated cases. It's not something that is started on the demonstrations. This has to be proven clearly and fast. Otherwise, it's difficult to have the trust again, as it has been eroded. As we heard from Temblores, we had a lot of impunity and no much access to justice, and that makes that people don't want to denounce when they are part of this. This is also something that we have to continue working on. The role of alternative media has been crucial as well, and as we saw, they have collected these announces, and I have to see that they have been something comprehensible considering cases like violence against women, and this has to be collected, otherwise the trust is really difficult. And in top of this, and we have to consider some additional cases, we have to get these trust again in some areas. I have to highlight the participation of General Vargas and his stance with the dialogue. He's talking about the transformation of the police, and he's guaranteeing that the peaceful protest has to be protected, not on the other case when we have violence. The nouns have to be clarified, as well as the violence against the members of the police. A fifth element that was treated here is that it's not a national dialogue. It works with the local alternatives. We cannot lose legitimacy of these, but these has to have concrete agreements in a short and long term, and the community has a role as well. And a sixth and a final point. For some sectors, many of the complaints are coming from things that haven't been fulfilled, as Petrarina said. For the peasants, for the farmers, everything that we had in Pedet only works, and we have a lot of beneath to be completed. Some others that said none to the spraying with glyphosate, and some elements that haven't been fulfilled, and the international community can help a lot with this. And last but not least, there is a lot of demands and voices that we need to create mechanisms to take these to the table. Otherwise, we're going to see this tension that we leave to repeat on time. From the universities, we are creating platforms to take this information, and they are going to be announced soon. For now, we are betting on the process, and this start with listening to each other. This group that was summoned by the forum wants to have other dialogue spaces and other venues. We hope that we can learn more from them and to contribute more. And we're going to contribute with more venues using having the aid of General Vargas to work with the police and the civil society. Thank you so much to everybody. At least this venue gave me a little bit of hope, and I hope that I had the possibility of summarize a bit everything that we talked about. I don't know if Andres or someone from the committee want to say something else, or if we can have this meeting adjourned. I